Now we're back. Okay. I think for this one, probably the easiest is to create a new entity that only lives. Yeah, because then that will become like a unique thing. So we'll create this instant entity. Actually, you know what? It would be cool to have a create function here that returns a new context for the new entity. So entity equals create, and then we return with this new entity. Yeah. So we can just say create, and we get this instant context. Alright, then we do have things we can add here. So we do have okay, so the issue here is that if we have well, the whole issue is that this is supposed to happen immediately. Well, next frame, let's say. But if something else sets a signal, that's the issue here. So if something else is setting a signal, well, I know we can fix it with using an array instead of just one signal at a time. We can have like, well, here are all the in signals, and if they are basically the same, we can merge them. The problem is if, okay, actually yes, we need to sort of well, actually, is this ever gonna be an issue though? So where are we sending? We're sending it when the player activates something manually, or when the lens beam is activating something. I think that all devices that are supposed to be working in an automatic fashion, you're not going to have the chance to manually operate them. Unless you're using something else like a button, for example. So I don't think this actually is a problem. Ah, hello Blue. I haven't checked. Well, I did see. Yeah, I did see the like dinosaur plant. That was pretty cool. And also I like the fact, thinking about the stealth, the stealth mechanic, like the thing is, well, I mean, this can all change, everything is up in the air, but right now the stealth mechanic is kind of like, it's more used as an evade. But I mean, as I said, that can all change. You could maybe like upgrade it or change it a little bit. Like right now, it's basically you go into kind of mist form, but that only lasts for like a couple of seconds. Because I think it would be like OP otherwise. Or we could introduce like sneaking as in the game also. Like that could also be a thing. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe also it's more that you have to avoid things that make sound or something like that. You could have something like that. Okay. Ninja plant. Throws razor sharp. Oh, cool. I like that. It's kind of like the enemy we already have, except a bit different. But there's no, you can have similar enemies that do slightly different things. That's fine. Really cool. Variation on that. Sleepy radish acts as a trampoline ward and that goes back to sleeping. I've actually thought about this as well. Oh, but not as a radish that comes up like that. Holy crap, that looks... That looks cool. Alright, thank you. Yeah, really cool. I think maybe like those plants that you can bounce on or, get to higher places can be introduced once you have like restored life to one of the areas or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I really love your pictures, and it even if even if monsters don't make it into the game or whatever, it's still a source for inspiration and a source for ideas to kind of make the creativity basically fuel for the for a creativity. So that's really nice. Hey, Blue. I'm assuming that's the same. You're the same Blue then. All right. Trying out Twitch, nice. Yeah, because I think it's the delay is much. It's a lot better with the chat. Like when I actually see the chat message and when you actually hear me answer to the chat message. Yeah, now I saw you are right. So it feels like that's way quicker. It's easier to have a real-time conversation that way, because it's always like it takes like so long to get an answer all the time. It goes in both ways. All right, so let's see if we can fix this here. I mean, we could have an array. No, okay, yeah. So I don't think actually this will be a problem actually. But yeah, let's add yeah, good. Let's do instant context add run function and the function is gonna be so what kind of function do we have? Registry entity data, right, registry entity data. We don't really need the data, so I'll ignore that. Also, is data undefined and run at. I'm just gonna say t, so it will run immediately. Actually, we want to run it next frame, so I'll just add 1 there. But that's the next second. Oh man. Let's just add a tiny amount there. Alright, so what we want to do here is we don't want to run the update here. We want to set this off. So basically what's happening is that first, to send an quote-unquote instant signal, it's not really instant anymore. It's really 1 frame only. So we set the signal. We create a new run function at thing on a new entity. Actually, also we wanna mark this entity for death as well. So we basically create an entity just to run this function after 0.0001 seconds. It's going to let's do that just to be sure it runs here. So 1 millisecond after. So basically it's guaranteed to happen almost like guaranteed to be next frame basically. We're gonna then put the signal off and kill this entity to clean up this here. Oh yeah, so here we actually need to get the device using the registry, get device component from the entity, and there we go. Actually, this is not the same entity. Oh. Okay, so we actually need to yeah, I mean that's true. I basically disabled it as much as I can. I have like pre-roll ads on because I think the ads doesn't really give a lot of, you know, it would, I mean, the whole, I would like this to be my job, but given the, you know, circumstances, that's not possible right now. But the ads are like, yeah, they I mean, there is income there, but it's you know, it's barely noticeable. It like yeah, but but I want to, like, I don't want to run ads all the time, because it's like it feels stupid to, you know, what do you call it, interrupt the whole thing. Like all of a sudden you see an ad and you're missing a bunch of stuff, or I don't really know how it works, but yeah, yeah, I don't have enough, like on YouTube, to be to get like income. You have to have, like, I think it's like 500 subscribers and 3,000 hours watch time in the last year or something like that. And I'm not even close to that right now. But I'm not really focusing on YouTube. I'm more focusing on actually streaming and like getting, like just working on the game, basically. But yeah, just to give a little information there about that. But thank you anyway. It's nice. It's just nice to be able to talk more in real time. Yeah, shorts on YouTube stream. Yeah, that could be a thing. I think this the one short I've put up has gotten way more views and watch time than any of my videos, I think, which is kind of crazy. But it is an informational short. It's not just, to lure people in. It is there to kind of I want the YouTube channel to be more like an educational platform, but it's like I don't really want to spend the little time I have on that right now. It would be cool if I could, but I just don't have the time for that, because I wanna work on the game as well. But maybe shorts, maybe that could be a format that works. Yeah, we'll see. All right, so this would be. Oh yeah. This doesn't work. So basically, yeah, what we could do is we could just put this as self. Data is self. This one, we do that. There we go. But then we need the context. Oh. You know what? We could just put it on the entity itself. We don't need to create a separate entity here. Yeah, let's just... I'm just gonna use this entity, which now needs to be the same entity as the device component. Because this guarantees, like, if this device component gets deleted, then this doesn't do anything at all anyway. So we can just add it on this one. And we're running this function here. We don't need to populate this. And we just get the device component from this entity. Now this entity should be correct. And we set the signal off. Shorts to increase reach. Yeah. I think the shorts are like... I mean, I don't use shorts. When I watch YouTube, I know that there's a lot of people doing it, but when I watch YouTube, I don't like the shorts, because it's like you get stuck there. You open up a short and then you're just looking at the short, scrolling, looking at the short, that's interesting, scrolling, looking at the, so you're just stuck there for an undetermined amount of time. And I quickly realized, wait a minute, I know what's happening, and I just avoid it now. It's the same as before. I used to scroll on Facebook a lot, but then I just realized this is just a waste of time. I'm just looking at a whole bunch of crap that has no, no value to me, basically. And it just feels like I'm wasting time here. So I'd rather be productive and do something else. So then I okay, well, I just avoid it. But I realized that it's incredible how many people watch shorts. So basically, all of a sudden, you're watching shorts and you're scrolling. So you're also getting a lot of different, possibly different channels exposed in the feed. And so it's a really good way for marketing, and I guess that's how many people use it. Right, so now this could be initialize registry entity and T. Oh, we don't have T. Are you serious? I guess we could put T in data, but then would assume that the pointer type is 64 bits. Or we just add it. I wish I could just get T, actually. This should I'll just fix this once and for all. I'll make a new thing called time. Let's just make a time system, but it doesn't have an update. Well, I guess it could. Yeah, okay. Use it as a hook for the main content. Yeah, that's also like a short format of your main content, like a main video. There's all sorts of uses for it. I love shorts, great for funny highlights of streams to watch. Also memes, tend to watch them for channels I follow. Right. I think ideally would be just a marketing tool. Needs to have some value. It's honest. Mistake people. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, as I said, the only short I have right now is a very educational. It's not really meant to be a marketing thing. It's just meant to be, if someone who is interested in programming, scrolling the shorts, and then comes across this educational, and maybe get some idea from it or something like that. That's kind of how I wanted it to be. And of course, if they, subscribe from that, that's great. You can put functions inside a struct. Yes. Right, I forgot. That's not a thing in C, right? You have to make like functions outside. I rarely do that actually. I mean, of course I do have them, but actually, you know what? It's actually impossible to not have functions. It's impossible to have functions outside of structs because everything in Zig is a struct. 1 second here. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Okay. Zig is also a struct. It starts all the way down. Yeah, so what you don't see is that the file itself is a struct. Yeah, sorry. The ringtone scared you. It's a bit loud, maybe. I don't know why the computer picks up the sound. I think it's because I'm on... Yeah, I think it was like a messenger, a Facebook call or something like that. I'll turn off the sound. Yeah, so if you put a function here, this is also part of a struct because this file is a struct. So I wonder if you can do this. Like, okay, just to demonstrate, this is itself now. It's kind of weird, but you import a file. Now this is a struct basically, and it has all the functions on it. So you can't get away from that. But I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's good. It's good that you can put functions in structs and unions and enums. It's incredible. All right. Update. We will get time and set t to t. Actually, no, that should be fine. Yes. Okay. Now we go to game init. We go to systems and add this system here. Now we go here and we init the singletons. Then we go to update, and the first thing that's gonna happen, or I guess after this part, because game.t is the actual t we're using here. This is gonna be, so the time system update game registry t. No, game.t. Right, so now everyone has access to t. We don't need to pass this in everywhere all the time, which was a stupid decision from my part. Because, yeah, there's so many functions that need it. Okay, now, I mean, now we don't even need to keep t in context anymore, but I won't change that right now. I'm basically just gonna grab t here from time system, get time. There we go. I was good before about color scheme. You said it had melange, but it looks like yours is custom. Any chance you can share it? Is it custom? I mean, I think this is okay. Well, it's kind of the thing is that this buffer has melange, but the things outside uses Tokyo Night, because that's like the default. And then I have created a plugin, or not really a plugin, but more like a script that will, depending on the file type, it will choose for the buffer. It will make it another color. So basically, for all zig files, I have melange. I think I have like color. Yeah. So here you can see the current theme here is melange. If I open up like you know, this file here, this is a bash file, so I have made my own theme here, a greenish theme for bash files. So basically, depending on the file type, I have a different color scheme. But this is melange. I mean, I haven't changed melange. This is how it is. No purple. What? I mean, okay. Maybe I have an old version. I don't know. I mean, it might be me that have messed something up, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, I haven't changed it. Yeah, the token. Yeah, there might be like more. Yeah, there's something with the highlights. I don't know. But hey, it works for me. Hello, Jotororox. How's it going? Color theme matches with Half-Life 2. Yeah, I mean, the official Zig logo is orange, sort of. Orange, brown-ish. So I think this kind of fits. All right. Okay, so I think we have fixed it now, hopefully. So let's compile and we'll go and try this out. All right. Okay, first off, let's try this one. No, it doesn't work. Let's try the button. No. Okay. Okay, I'll check the update order. This runs basically the first thing that happens. Oh. Okay, that might actually be part of the problem. Okay. But okay, let's use the other system. I also have like add end of frame function. No, that doesn't work. I need to add a timed function actually. Yeah. That's true. Did you put a limit on your FPS? No, there's no limit. I just have the FPS there to kind of get a idea for if I need to like optimize anything. Like right now it's, you know, it's sufficient. Although some areas are more laggy than others, of course. Mainly to do with how many entities there are, I believe, and collision and the collision system. All right. So this function is a state function. State machine context. Okay, so it just takes the context. There we go. And then we'll do this. So we don't need time now. We need the component, and we set the signal to off. All right, let's see if this works. Because this is supposed to happen later on. Shadowing is not allowed. Oh, I get a handle, but I don't care. It's a fire and forget. All right. Okay. Now let's see here. There we go. And we can talk. Whoa, what's going on with the graphics? Oh, I think it's like, okay. I don't know if you see this, but it's like there's some shadows going on in the door. And that is due to the fact that when I made these, yeah, basically I copied some game. I tried to select them. The thing is, the selection was like feathery, so there's some ghosts left. Okay, anyway, the button works now. Okay, cool. And I can spam it and it all works. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, great. Now that is finally fixed, let's now go back to the boss and we'll figure it out. Okay. Okay, this still doesn't work. That works. It doesn't cancel the steering wheel. That was weird. Okay. Yeah, this is wrong now. This should be off here at this point. How long is this? 60 seconds. But then we are trying to manually turn this off when it doesn't work, I think. So if we go to the boss, and here we have the time toggle, and here is the state machine. Right, so first of all, we're trying to update the position, and that doesn't work. So I wonder if this state machine even works now. Let's okay, let's see if we get here. Oh yeah, so I have this log, so I should be able to look at that. Whoops. Time toggle. No. So it wasn't called. Okay. The level looks interesting. You mean the boss fight? Or I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, maybe. So this isn't even called. Okay, is this called? Try again. Well, it should have been called at this point. So initialize. Okay, it is called. Good. And maybe the ID is different. That could happen, but it's weird. F2, F1B. No, that's the same. So we should have this here. Why isn't it getting down here? So basically it's saying that it already has a state machine, which makes no sense. No, it does make sense. It does make sense. Because now it's using a time machine. Oh. Wait a minute. Okay, okay, this is weird. Because this is a state machine that I would like to use, But then the time toggle has its own state machine now. That is why this doesn't work. Okay. Basically wanna support having multiple state machines, man. Maybe. So the purpose of this state machine is to update the position of the toggle. But really, we could create another entity that does it. We don't really need, because we have the ID, so we can always get to the thing. We don't really need it to exist on that entity. We could create another entity that controls the time toggle instead. However, this is like called every frame. Oops. So it really should just be called one time. So over here, and we will create time toggle controller, and then we don't care about you just yet, so I don't think we need this. And then we just add this state machine to this. Well, actually, we can just say this. Okay. So now the context here is not of the time toggle itself, it is the controller. And we set the duration to cycle time, position. So here's the issue here. We don't want to get the body from this thing. We want to get the body from the actual time toggle. So time toggle. So let's make a convenience function here. Time toggle. Let's actually return this. So return context for entity. And then get entity by entity ID. And the entity ID is the time toggle ID. And then we force this to be true. And there we go. Now we can grab the time toggle. And this will be time toggle get rigid body. There we go. And let's see what we need to do here. Position, position, there's the body. So here we need to do time toggle get body set position. There we go. All right. Okay, so we'll go back. Here we go. And there we go. Now it's going up and down. So now everything should work, hopefully. No, but this is still not... Okay, it's still not deactivating. For some godforsaken reason. Okay, let's look at the forest boss. We should have like... state here. And that was the orb. Spawner. Shoot. There's a whole bunch of state machines here. Stunned. End puzzle. Deactivates. Yeah, so this doesn't work. We're trying to deactivate this, but it doesn't work. Why? Let's look at time toggle. It might be that we just ignore off signals. Okay, if we're off and inputs change to on, we set it to on. If we're on, okay, here's the thing. Yeah, we no longer. Okay, so we have to replicate. So we have to. Yeah, okay. So this was because of the migration to the new system that is broke here. So let's just. Yeah, so here we can do if. Do we have? No. Oops. Where are we? Here. So if device utils signal is signal changed to off, we need to make this function. Or state has ended. Then we do this. All right. Bool found signal time, right. So if this is not equal to null, we have to say. I really like the, you know, the using nulls as kind of like a meta bool, but this is one thing of the pattern that I don't like. It's like if you could make null truthy. I know that that's probably never gonna happen, but then you don't have to do this, because it's the reason is that that I want it to be that way is because the bools can easily be refactored into optionals, like but not in this case. In this case you have to add like this check here. And the solution that I've seen that has been given is basically to nest the ifs, if you want it to. That's it. That's if you want to capture the value. But here I don't really need to. I don't really want to capture the value. I guess the solution would be to have another function that returns a bool instead or something like that. But it's yeah. Okay. Anyway. All right. Try again. Oh. Wait, it just immediately turned off. Wait, if it's changed to off. Oh, it did change to off. It changed to off immediately. Yeah, that is the thing. It does change to off. Oh man. So how can we manually deactivate it? Oh wait, maybe if we activate it again, if it changed to on, we toggle it off again. While it's on, if you send an on signal, it will toggle itself off. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we didn't need the off thing. Okay, whatever. First boss. So actually we want to activate it and not deactivate it. We want to send the signal. Yeah. Let's actually enable this. Can you hear the sound? I'll lower it a little bit there. There. Okay. That's good. And okay, but now the retraction that these these things are not working now. Okay. Puzzle door extend floor is not actually happening. And we are activating them. Which, so if it's on, okay. Is signal on? And Then we also have an initial state, which is like, is it initially extended or retracted? So it's basically inverted in that case. If its initial state is true, then it starts out as extended, I think, and if the signal is on, that means it should retract. Yeah. And if we go and look at these, there shouldn't be any issues with the configuration because I've not changed this. Yeah, these should be originally out. So if you send a signal, they should be retracting. So this doesn't make sense. Like here we're saying extend flow, reactivating them. It should actually be the other way around. I think if you're ending the puzzle, we extend the floor. Like, yeah, just the words extend the floor. This should really be deactivate, and this should be activate. But that also, okay, I guess we'll see. We might get to some code generation today. We'll see how it... I just want to fix this up here. And then probably get into that. Okay. I'm gonna ignore that door because of save file stuff. Okay, this is still extended. Good. Okay. Wait, why are you not activating now? Okay. What's the time toggle? Time toggle. Activate. Yeah, let's just let's send this. Let's just send a signal instead. Wait, why is this not working? Yeah. All right, let's try this instead. The problem is, I think that when we say activate, we basically turn on an infinite duration signal. And if something else sends an on signal again, might be an issue with that. It should work, because the next on signal will be a new signal, so it will take over basically. Did it compile? Yes. Oops. Yeah, these signals, man. So why couldn't I jump there? Oh, well. Okay. Now it works. Okay. And we can repeat. Get down. There we go. Holy crap. Oh my god, what the... I think I just warped through the entire map. What the hell? I've never seen that happen. Wait. Oh yeah, now the boss is dead, so... Okay. We need to delete the save file. Wait, I want to see that again. Final boss of bugs, yeah. Wow. Okay, I have no idea what is happening there. That's insane. It also seems like it's crashing. Okay, well that's not an error, and then we just got leaks. Okay, so there was not... It was just a memory leaks. Huh. Interesting. So when the... Okay. There is, you know, there is like a knockback effect of on the player, but it's not supposed to be on that section of the fight. But when the boss dies... Yeah, it's a feature. Man, that was so strange. I've never seen that actually. I've never seen that happen before. Where is the thing? We also have like the enrage phase. No, but that's just that does happen. There's nothing with that. It's just that it's hard to see. It's the only difference now is that the 3 orbs are attacking all the time, basically. But there should be. Here's the boss, right? There's some kind of death. Hook somewhere. No, not drop on death. Well, here's cleanup after death. After boss death. We should also kill the toggle controller. Actually, no. Utils entity by ID. Time toggle ID. So if this is null, we will set state death or dead, which we don't have, so let's create that. So we'll have a pre function and update function because we have to, but let's just set that to nothing. And the pre will basically just mark. Actually, I should have this. No. And that's the end of it. There we go. And then we don't do any like of these updates, so that shouldn't be an issue. Because that should really have, that should be like, that should crash actually, because we're assuming that this entity exists here. So I'm not sure why it doesn't crash here. Actually. Because here we're just deleting this. Oh, you know what? Maybe because it's a time toggle. Okay, yeah. So, okay. So in the time toggle, you can have death settings. So the time toggle's death settings states that it shouldn't be destroyed. But actually, we should destroy it. I guess. Whatever. Still not sure why it happens. That is strange to me. Yeah, that's really weird. It's like maybe the player collides with something or other. I mean, okay, the mover gets pushed. Sure. What if we... Okay, let's actually remove that. And try again. Because that's the only thing I can think of as I stumble across it. Oh yeah. Yeah, because the player pushback shouldn't happen at that point. But now I need to make sure to put that back. There we go. Okay, now it just crashes instead. You can handle this. Okay, whatever. Let's, I guess we don't do this then. Oh, we can still do this. Yeah, there might be some other stuff happening there that I'm not thinking about that makes it bad to do that. I wonder when I get out of the stun, I can't jump for some reason. All right. Please don't crash. How is it crashing? Like it's crashing just because I removed the push? No, wait. What about this part? But that shouldn't happen now. That's the only change I did, I think. Hmm. Strange. Maybe there's like a race condition or something. Okay, let's look at the crash. No, that's Stack Overflow. Well, that makes sense. Kinda. Did you accidentally turn off your stream? No. I have, from my end, 0 dropped frames. Can you hear me? Stream started 7 minutes ago? What? The hell? Okay, that's weird. Huh. Well, OBS hasn't reported anything. Okay, I guess we'll hope that it doesn't happen again. All right. Thank you for telling me. Okay. All right, Stack Overflow. I'm getting Stack Overflow. When the boss dies, there's a Stack Overflow. No more information. Just Stack Overflow. Right, this happens here. I mean, what the hell? I don't even know. No. What? Stack Overflow. Like I tried to backtrack, but it feels like I have backtracked now to the point where we got the other behavior. So there might be some kind of race condition happening. Does the stream work fine now? Alright, cool. Thanks. That's strange. Stack Overflow. I mean, it happens here. Okay, we'll do this. I'll search for like Zig, Stack Overflow, more details. No. Oh man, why is it named Stack Overflow? That's the worst thing when you try to Google something and there's like a popular thing that is named exactly the same as the thing you're trying to Google, but it's like something else. Okay, here we go. No details. Duplicate, okay. Overflow protection kicks in once the appears authorized message stating something went wrong. It dies because there's no stack space. Solution is simply accommodated using sig. I'm guessing this is supposed to be signal stack or sig alt stack maybe. During the startup phase of a thread, we spawn stuff, so it's need for memory. Quick test showing something like 22 kilobytes of altnet stack for each thread. Oh yeah, so alternate stack. Okay, sig. Okay. Stack segmentations faults also happen when attempting to parse large JSON strings. Proof of concept. But do you need like the C library to do this? I guess it's worth it if it's just to fix one issue. enable. Okay. Assert. Okay, so we're registering a signal handler for this signal. So is this for Stack Overflow? Or is, okay, it's a seg fault. Stack. Set. And the handler. I mean, why not? But I think we probably we need a C library, or we need to link something at least. Sig alt stack. Oh, is it? Yeah, standard C library, okay. Okay, so then if we go back, we go to our build.zig and we will say here or here. And then I guess we call this from main. Well, yeah. Oh. Always November named abort. Abort. Maybe that's the same thing. I don't know. All right. Okay, what's your problem? Undefined signal or symbol. Okay. Well, now I am confused. What is this? No. Well. That might help, maybe. No. I thought it was pretty easy to get the C standard library now. Okay, I think what we need to do maybe is try, instead of doing extern, we are going to do a C import. I forgot how this worked now, but basically I think it's like C include whatever it's signal.h. Now let's get rid of this. And there we go. See? We even get completion here. That looks crazy here. But yeah. And yeah, of course it's wrong. So you want a C pointer to... Do I need to cast it? Or, yeah, it's const. Okay, stack T. So let's not do our own stack T. Let's use C instead. SP. Okay. How can this have changed so much? Okay. Still an issue. Root C import just no file as okay, so where is stack T? How can it not have it if we get auto completion on it? Is it because that is a different target? No, that doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, it doesn't make sense because this is not Linux. Yeah, I'm working in Windows and not Linux. Okay. But this is the standard C library though. Sig alt stack Windows. Fibers. Oh my god. Man, I hate this. No, okay, abort this whole thing. Okay, this only works in Linux. Yeah, it's really impressive how you know, you can just import C and it works. You can import any C, basically any C library, and you get like auto completion and everything in Zig. And you know, the types are also yeah, the types are converted here actually. Yeah. This, okay, I was trying to get a better error message to find out where the issue is because I don't have a good idea on where to start to look for the issue. The only thing that I can think of is like spreading a whole bunch of logs everywhere, basically, to see where we end up. Yeah, I can sprinkle logs everywhere to see, like, yeah, in the code where the error is happening. That is definitely possible. Let's get rid of this monstrosity. And that. You can even see here, we're using like mscript then, which is a C, you know, a C thing, to turn a C program into WASM, but we're actually using it to turn a Zig program into WASM. What's happening? There we are. Okay. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, there is logs happening. Maybe we should start here. Man. How about this? How can I get like the number? This doesn't work. Doesn't work. Make a scripting language for your engine? I mean, I can. Kinda. I thought about it, actually making like state machine, a small state machine language. But there's so many nuances and different things you kind of do. I mean, I use program language so I can use the full power of the program language to actually create stuff. But it would be cool to add. I mean, you can technically use the editor to add more like scenes and edit the maps and monsters and everything. Although, like, stats for monsters and behavior is like hard coded, but yeah, there could definitely be like something to upgrade the editor like in the future. Why the slash equal doesn't work? Is that just for Z? This doesn't work. Oh shit. This is so stupid. Oh my god. Why can't... String... Something special. And I wish I could go there, but the stupid keyboard layout doesn't have okay, here we go. When the substitute string starts with... Okay, it has to start with it. Okay. God damn it. There we go. So it has to start with it. So basically like this. There we go. And then printf. What the hell? Okay, let's just assume this is gonna work. I'm gonna do this. No, it doesn't work. Why? Oh, it's because it's... There we go. And then that doesn't matter. Okay, fine. Okay, there we go. Now you... Yeah, percent. Oh my god, there we go. Okay, now at least we know which system is causing the issue here. Hopefully, I mean, we could remove... Whatever. Let's just run it and see. There's gonna be a whole bunch of... why did I decide to make standard log debug instead of debug log? Well, the log, the reason is this. So you have, like, debug is just one of the different levels. So you have like error, log info, and so on. So it's just like one of those different types of logs, basically. But there is a debug log actually to be, or debug print actually. But this one is like, it's not really meant to be used for in production, I guess. It prints to standard error, silently returning on failure, intended for use in printf debugging. Okay, so maybe this is what I should use, maybe. I don't know. Whatever. Because that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Oh, we got some errors. Oh no, 2 arguments. Ah. Okay. Highlighted message. Where? All right, let's see. On Twitch. Hang on. Oh. Oh. Yeah. I'm reading, I'm not reading the Twitch thing. I'm reading like from OBS, because that has, it's easier. Okay. Yeah, it's also funny because OBS, or that, it's actually a word in Swedish. That means like, hey, listen to this. basically. Obs. Listen up. Yeah, it basically means listen up. Alright. Are we in the editor? No. Here we are. Okay. Let's see if we can figure it out. I guess maybe it means that in other languages as well. You can see now it lags a lot because of the logs. Oh man, can I even get this here? What? What the hell? Okay, we'll do this instead. I will go to the boss and basically we're gonna skip it's turn rate times 2. Let's just see if that's the case. Yeah, let's just set the max health to 1. This might have other issues, but I mean, not really hear me out. I guess, well, it's not like, hey, here's an idea. It's more like you need to pay attention because this is important information, basically. So usually you would see it like, I don't know, if we have like some kind of note in the building that's like, listen up, this is what's happening on this day or whatever, something like that. Okay. Now it should die immediately here. Yeah. Whoa, now we got this one. Man. Okay. Let's see if we got something out of this. I don't know if we probably didn't because we didn't get the error. Do teachers say obs a lot? Maybe not nowadays. It's more like an old word, I guess. Like from when I was young. But I mean, yeah, a lot of times in school. But I guess it's not really something you say. It's more something you write, which is kind of weird as well. I'm doing this because I think this is a race condition. So I'm just gonna do this a couple of times. But it definitely could say that on like various notes in, you know, in the school halls or something like that. Like, but always written down. No one ever said like, unless they really wanted to have your attention. I don't know. I don't think anyone ever said it though. I mean, it's definitely causing some weird behavior. I just don't know why or what is happening. Does it put you to the starting of the map, or I don't know. I actually, if okay, let's get a clue here. So I will log the I will log the player position. No, not position, velocity. There we go. Looks like it clears some kind of stack. Yeah. We'll see. I think there's something that happens that pushes the player and gets like infinite or some kind of weird velocity. Whoops. No? The velocities, I mean, it is a lot though. It's actually kind of large. That's the X velocity. Huh. Or is it large? Was that ending of the game? Oh, I see what you mean. It clears in a stack. I think what's happening is that the position is like the player somehow is colliding with the exit, because it's kind of moving in a weird way through the level to exit to another level, and then continues until it reaches the level that is all the way at the edge of the map, and then it like continues to, like, if you look at this, so at the start we will see like different levels. Oh, but then at the end it's the same. And this level that we're looking at now, this is at the edge of the map. Yeah, we could temporarily like remove this this exit here. Now it crashed. Yeah, it's none. Here it's 70 whatever. Death component added. And then it's set to none. Yeah. And then it crashes somewhere. Index out of bounds. Get boss. Okay, that's an actual error we can look at. $9.54. Okay, we're trying to get the boss, but the boss is dead. So that makes sense. But why? Okay, it might be because it might be because the states are wrong. So it might be that I think the boss it's currently in is like active states here. This is like the normal state, and then in the update somewhere here, there's no, well, there is a check for death here, actually, which should set the state to dead, and at that point, we toggle this to true, and we do a cleanup, and then we just draw this thing, and then the boss is like, it's done. And the cleanup kills all the orbs. Probably should kill the spawns as well, not sure. And we also kill this time toggle. Yeah, but there is something else happening at the same time that that is happening. I'm just gonna grab something here. I'll be right back. Now I'm back. Woohoo! 100 messages today. I always get this congratulations message from a thing there. All right. From Restream. I'm using like this thing to be able to stream to multiple things. Only 2 things right now. Or do you mean who sent those messages? Yes, I think most of them are you. Half of them are mine. Yeah, basically. I mean, yeah. The most of the messages are on Twitch, I would say. I mean, it's you know, it's different from day to day, but. Today, half of them are yours. Okay. But why? But why? Okay. Man, I just don't feel like I can leave this without fixing it right now. I feel like I wanna fix this. Maybe we'll start by like stripping out functionality from the boss until we've isolated the behavior. So I'm gonna start by ignoring all of these. Let's start here at the initialization. And what we'll do is we'll not create these ones. We don't add, we want to do all this, but we don't want to add the state machines. So basically all behavior is gone. This doesn't matter that much. The orb state, yeah, let's just remove everything here. There we go. So now we should just get this empty husk that is the boss. But we can't kill the boss. That's the thing now. I guess we need the orbs though. So the orb, let's look at this actually. When the orb dies, if the boss exists, we get it, we hurt the boss. Okay. Alright, let's start there. Let's only enable the orbs for now. Spawner. Okay, I'll... actually, do we need this? Why are you... Wait. Hang on. When we die, we get the boss. Why do we need the boss? We need to hurt the boss. And then we get the orbs attacking state. So this is the part where we can remove that. We can remove that. Can I draw some concept for you just for fun? Yes, you can describe it. Sure. Yeah, I mean, I kind of have the idea of, you know, a big humanoid that, you know, it's just gonna be this kind of tall and lanky that kind of reminds you of, you know, some kind of chimpanzee or gorilla, but a lanky one, a thinner gorilla, I guess, or a chimpanzee on two legs. It's not really gonna have, you know, ape-ness to it, just kind of the way it stands, like a human, but a bit hunched over. And yeah, that's basically what it is, and it mostly is gonna be like consisting of like clay, and the feet are gonna be like rock, because it's gonna rise up from the ground, and it's gonna have like moss on the head, and the head is kind of like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really have eyes or a mouth or anything. It's kind of like an entity. like that. And it's gonna have like I think it's gonna have like huge swing attacks, you know, like melee, maybe like, yeah, strong melee attacks. Probably with its rocky feet, it might want to do some, you know, stomping. Hello, Polaris. Thank you. Have a nice day, you too. How's it going? Something like that. Did you get it? Did you get my message? Let's remove this. Yeah. So that's kind of the idea of the monsters is that it's not like they are the plants. It's more like there's some magic that kind of like takes over and morphs them into monsters, basically. I mean, not too skinny. I'm kind of thinking like a chimpanzee. That proportion, I would say. Like a chimpanzee that's standing up. Or no, maybe like a orangutan. Now I don't know, man. do what you want with the information. Okay. Ape plus mammoth. Not really. I wasn't thinking mammoth, but please go ahead, because it could be, you know, another monster. Let the creativity do its thing. Okay, well now it's crashing at the start. Index out of bounds. Get boss. Oh no. Where? Oh. Yeah, so. Get boss. It's probably happening. Here. No, where is it happening actually? 954 again. Oh, yeah. But okay, 1021. Orbs state. Okay. Oh, so this won't work. I mean, okay. Maybe we will add this then. But what was the problem there? That we needed a spawner? Okay, fine. Let's add in this, but don't add in the state machine of the thing. Actually, no, these should still exist. Oh, yeah, we can just create those. That's fine. Okay. And then we should have like the orb state machine. And now we can do this. Oops. Alright. Now it's spawning. Okay, it's still happening. Index out of bounds. 546. Get position rotating. Okay, so where is that called from? 557. Set position rotating. Called from here, which is called from update on attack retract. Okay. I think these things are like, yeah, we don't assume that the boss can die at this position. So we just don't care then. However, what we could do is include that in the common behavior to check if either we are dead or if the boss is void. Which means it's gone. Okay. Let's see if this works. And then after that, if this fixed the problem, I wanna try and do some code generation. Oh my god. Well, okay, we might have somewhere else where we have an issue. Well, I wasn't hopeful that it would fix the whole problem, I guess. Because we still have the push thing happening. I'm not sure what's happening there. 611. It's still this. Oh, I see. So this one actually doesn't look at the common behavior. What we would like to check. No, let's still. I want to check. I want to do common behavior. Yeah. Alright. Well, we're still crashing. Okay, now there's a different thing. Force boss 523. Post remove invincible is crashing. Okay, let's just remove, let's just do like remove if exists. Oh yeah, I need to remove these things. There we go. Okay, it doesn't crash anymore, but we still get this weird bug. Actually, you know what? Let's see if I can do this and then try to move. Okay. Yeah, you can see here that the velocity is set to none, which means not a number. So there's something weird going on with the physics, and I don't know what it is. This hasn't happened before. The FPS drop? I think it's because we're logging out all the debug logs. I mean, yeah, it does drop down. I don't know. Yeah, 1 second, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Yeah. So let's okay, so there's something going on still. Let's do this. Let's go to forest boss. And we will disable the orbs. Disable this. Disable this. We will wait, I thought the boss was like supposed to be invincible. Where is that happening? And this is for the orbs. Like when it becomes stunned, we enable the attack damage. Oh, it doesn't have a monster tag. Okay. So let's do that from the start. Yeah, okay. I forgot about that. Let's do that. So now that is enabled from the start. So that means now that we can go ahead and just walk up to the monster, to the boss, attack, have it be defeated, and then see if we still get this weird bug. We do. That is very strange. I'm just gonna add a very simple state machine here. Which is like draw boss outline. To see if there's something with if you stand in. No, but that doesn't make sense. No, stop. And we could have just done this as well. Whatever. So if I stand here, we still get like teleported. Okay. Could it be? Okay, could it be that the boss gets knockbacked or something? That doesn't make any sense. No, we don't have knockback behavior on. Oh, I see. This is what's causing it to be false there. We have other monsters that are static. I think Blomma is one. No? Maybe not. Okay. What if we remove that? Because that has caused problems before. I just don't want the boss to like move around, basically. But static is also like, it has other implications in the physics system. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized. Didn't we used to do... Yeah, okay. This is kind of weird. Like, the animation system has this global on that component added thing that messes with things like gravity and stuff and staticness and things. Set velocity to 0. That shouldn't do anything. True. If it doesn't have gravity, we add gravity. Okay. Oh, but then we also set it static. No gravity. I see. I was thinking like maybe we did something here. This one, set velocity, that only like sets, you know, a vector. It only sets like, it's an array of two numbers to something else, so it doesn't really do anything. And it should also have 0 velocity from the start anyway. This one isn't really used. Yeah, man, I don't know. Somehow the velocity gets... Okay, let's go to the attack system. So we have the attack component, which basically acts like a damage area. So like if you attack with a melee attack, it will create like a little hitbox that damages other things. And do we have anything that messes with position or velocity here? We have direction. No. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. We can have static true. Or I mean static false. If it means that the boss will be kept at the same place and we don't like we don't like have we don't, you know, change its position or anything. We could even have a script that like sets its position every second to where it should be. Okay. Okay, well, I think we found the issue. A couple of issues, actually. So let's bring this back here. Let's bring this back. All right. All right. Oops. Let's open up the boss room. Oh. Now it crashes because of something. Rich and reachable code. 834. I just remember also. Oh, I see. Yeah, these two things we need to remove. And we'll remove you. There we go. Yeah, I should remove the logs. It's interesting to see the difference when you have this super laggy. Oh man. Okay, let's just remove the logs. I really need to fix the fixed update. Game update. Whoops. All right. Oh. And now it crashes, presumably because of something else, I hope. Oh, now we get back to this issue here. So this was a separate issue then. Hmm. So this solved the this solved the issue with the position, infinite position thing. Now we have a stack overflow issue when the boss dies. From the rock the second time. Let's look at this. So when we are regenerating, we are getting hit by the boulder and we're getting stunned. But as soon as we're hit by the boulder, we get stack overflow. So we could sprinkle logs here, but let's check. And we initiate stunned. So this would immediately go into us being, or the boss being dead here. And yeah, now we're back here. Stack overflow is such a weird error to get here. I mean, obviously, sometimes it's like, yeah, something is infinitely going on, usually. So that's probably what's happening. So I'm thinking something that happens in the update function, but it seems to crash immediately, like because if it was something that happened over several frames, then that would just slow everything down for a second. Well, usually, or just that it takes a couple of frames for it to go Stack Overflow, but it's actually going like instant Stack Overflow. Maybe because it's like goes beyond 0. Maybe it's just a health. It's just a hurt function that doesn't work. We have pending damage is increased, so this is not going below, you know. We've got yeah, and then this one. Oh, here's just oh, this is mass. Oh, wait, okay. We have a whole bunch of negatives here using unsigned integers, so you have to be very careful here. This could very well be the issue here. So is max health. If we have health and we have pending health, we could instead do like if health is equal to max health and pending damage is 0, or health. No, yeah, that's the only way for to be at max health, actually. If this is equal and pending damage is 0. Anywhere where it's negative, we should take care here. We have damage. If damage is more, then we do this, so that should be fine. Otherwise, pending damage is negative equal damage. Oh, because we're healing, I see. That can be wrong, because pending damage might go down to 0, so we should really do this operation, which blocks overflow errors from happening. I mean, really, this should also be that, but we do check that it's larger here, so this shouldn't be a problem. But I'm still gonna do that to feel safer. Divide shouldn't be a problem. Here we're doing this. And I don't see any other. issues here. Okay, so it could be heal, because the boss is healing. But that's a huge coincidence. Oh, that might be the race condition, or not really race condition, but basically a coincidence that it heals at the same time as we're damaging it. Okay, and then checking max health could also be the culprit. But we're only doing that from the inventory. So that is not the issue. Okay. Let's see if we get the same issue now. Because it seems to happen every time now, though. So I don't think it's the heal. So I'm not hopeful that this will solve the issue, but I guess we'll test and see. Oh my god, now we're back here. What the hell? What? Oh, we got index out of bounds. Yeah, we might not get to the code generation now because I basically spent all my energy on this. But it is necessary, I feel, to fix this here. 957. Okay, trying to get the boss. Right, 472. Update of the orbs. Or the time toggle. Ah, so now this makes sense to have this here. Yes. But we still get pushed, which is annoying. Because I don't know why that is happening. We changed the boss from static to non-static, and then it disappeared, but now it's back again. What the hell? Oh, my controller is lagging. That's what's happening. Okay, we still crash. Wait. String. Oh no, that was leaked. Okay. Here we go. So 742. Wait, we still get error here. But I'm checking. Oh, the boss. Okay, let's also check that then. Is boss void Wait. Oh, that's on the orb machine. Okay. I'll move this out. Also, we need to return if this is the case. It should really be like common behavior for this. I guess it is, since it only has like one state. It's weird how it now it survived with like a small amount of HP. Okay, so we don't get crash anymore, but we do get this weird ejection happening. All right. So the boss is not static. What about the orbs? They are not static. What about the timed toggle? I feel like this is static. Yeah, this is static. And when this is... So if we just play around with this, we'll say that this is not static. There's something weird happening when static entities, static monsters or entities die, maybe? Which has happened before. The static system is a little bit weird. Oh yeah. It took me a second to realize. Wait a minute, there's something different here. Oops. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, come on. That should be the same, yeah. And then go back. And just replay. I mean, it still like moves correctly, so it doesn't, I guess it doesn't really matter, to be honest. come on. Am I out of time? No? Okay, now it works. Okay, so it definitely, potentially, definitely, actually, has to do with the static entities being killed. Oh man, that is nice to get that worked out, but it's still, this is, I need to fix this. Excuse me. That is strange. Because it's not even, I guess what's happening is that because it's static, something is happening with the velocity or something or other. Maybe they get a tiny change in velocity or something. At that point, what's going to happen in the physics system is, because how the static works is what we do is we set, if we initialize the body to be static, the density is also, it's like infinite. So the mass becomes infinite. And so if that thing moves, well, how much force do you need to apply, right? Because it has infinite mass. And how we calculate what the force is actually doing is that we divide by the mass. So we're dividing in an infinite amount. I think what's happening is somewhere along the line we create a not a number, and then when the collision detection is looking at the positions and seeing, oh, this is not a number, and it tries to do comparisons to this not a number thing, which has all kinds of weird things happening then in those comparisons. So I don't know how that works, but I'm guessing that it's always true because the player somehow is now colliding, I guess, with these things, and then everything basically gets like not a number in like everything. Because of the collision resolution, it will push on other things, so the player will get pushed by the boss or the toggle, and although it's kind of weird because the boss, the boss isn't supposed to collide with the player though, so I don't know why the player got affected by the boss, but the time toggle definitely affected the player. Okay, I'll try it a couple of times here to see that it's not something else, just to make sure, because it still feels weird to me. But that might be what's causing it. So, but I'm not sure why. Because we do want the time toggle to have static. Like normal time toggles should have static on. Because otherwise they can be like pushed and stuff by the player, I guess. I was thinking of trying something, but I forgot what. Oh yeah, I was supposed to remove the save file last night. There we go. All right. I was not dead yet. Wait, did I put static back to true? Yes, I did. But we want it to be true. That's the thing. We want it to be true. But I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna set it to not true. And then try it a couple of times. Also, we could just enable attack damage. So we can test this a little bit more quickly. All right. Oh. No. Wait, why isn't it working? There might be some state that causes it to, okay, whatever. I'll fix it soon. So now it should not be. Oh, was that not good? What the hell? What is this crash? I guess I think it's the entity crash. Yeah, I think it's because we tried to add the thing. Okay. Okay, whatever. Let's just try this the normal way. But it just goes to show the value of having good debugging. What the hell? Okay, I see. That's why we want it to be static. We don't want... Okay, actually we do want to reset. Okay. We could also reset its velocity every frame. But I do want it to be static, but I also want to test this out. So time toggle here, time toggle state machine. We should also set the velocity to 0. Kind of weird how the graphic always was the same. I think it's because the physics system adds, like, the collision box is showing what the collision system thinks where it is, but then when we get to drawing it, it has updated its position to be where it should be. But the collision system is the one that actually, you know, handles if it has collided with something or not. So that's the, like, the quote-unquote real. Yeah, now it follows a lot better. But that still didn't hit for some reason. I think I'm gonna have some sort of head or something that you can see that, oh, now we're supposed to hit that. And we actually, like, make graphics for this thing. All right. Okay. Well. So let's bring this back. Excuse me. Like, I don't understand why it seems to get oh no. No, it can't be this. Like, I'm thinking, like, what is it that when it dies, something happens to the, like, the velocity or whatever. Is this true by default? Yes. So that's true by default, which means we should get in here, and we're adding no gravity. Oh, wait. And that's the orbs. And the orbs, crucially, are not static. Yeah, here, apply no gravity. We're setting acceleration though. So we're not doing anything with mass here. Yeah, because the physics system doesn't actually, like, the acceleration doesn't affect, is not affected by mass at this point. If, yeah, so that's like a different, I have like a different function for that. Man, where is this happening? Yeah, we don't care about mass here. Because the motions are, yeah, they don't care about mass. It's just when you want to change the motion is when you might take mass into account. Yeah, I don't know, man. Okay, I'm gonna try one thing here. I'm gonna see, what if you are not static and then you are actually static? Is that gonna be any difference? Yeah. Alright. So the boss also has to be non-static for this to work. I just can't figure out why this is happening. And I need to, because the time toggle needs to be static. I mean, at least I'm gonna be able to have static enemies. Alright. I'll write it up as a bug for now. Static when a static enemy / entity dies. There is a NAN implosion. Clear gets flung away and every position and every velocity becomes none. Probably due to the collision detection system, which tries to look at the positions of everything. So probably the velocities are first set to 0, or I mean none, and then the physics system will set everything to none, and then the collision system, or is that the entity that has none, the velocity none to their position will also be none in the physics update, and then in the collision update it will basically spread to everything else, because you're trying to compare none to everything basically. Well, almost everything, I guess. It has to be like in the same. No, yeah, but the rectangles themselves will. I guess there is a chance that you will be outside of that happening, but anyway. Or if we do the root node, maybe not actually. Okay, anyway, I think that's what's causing it, but I don't know where. I think maybe we need to have a special case for like static. Solution. Add special case for static entities when applying impulse / force or anything with mass. And actually we could probably do something with that right now actually, because we can take a stab in the dark and look at the physics, the rigid body, And then apply force. Yeah. So basically here what's happening is we take the mass, we divide by it. Now if mass is infinite, which it is for static things, this is gonna be like infinite or not a number or something. And then everything is, then it spreads to everything else. So we have to basically say, if this is static, we return, because we don't want to do anything at that point. There's no amount of force that, unless it's infinite, I guess, that will move the thing. So I'll do this, because this is the only place that I can think of right now that actually does this. And I don't know where. I was trying to figure out where is this called from, or where do we do anything with mass that is causing this to happen. Actually, yeah, let me just make sure before here that we have enabled some stuff. Okay, let's make you static to start with. Okay. Okay, moment of truth. No. Good. Wow, okay, so now, okay. The time toggle. Was that the time toggle? Oh man, I should have just done that from the start. Save myself a whole bunch of headache and time. Okay. It is static. Okay, well, if we go here and now we enable this, oops. Oh man, that was a journey. I still don't know where it happens, like where, why, but I guess it doesn't matter. We do want to support static entities being destroyed anyway, so, or being moved by some kind of motion as well. Like, I guess maybe if you like apply force on a static, we just disregard the mass, perhaps. Just set the velocity straight to the thing, or add it to the acceleration. Okay, now that one is done, we should remove the save file, go back. All right. Yeah, I'm thinking here is gonna be like the head has kind of fell down, and you will so it's obvious where you should hit, basically. Oh, that was a weird little... Maybe I got caught on the door or something. There we go. Oh my god, now it works. Holy crap, that was a journey. Ah, okay. Okay, do I have energy to go into the code generation now? It is kind of a different thing, actually. We can start a little. Now, I'm not gonna use the monadic library because we're working with like JSON files, so we could just use the JSON, origin, like the existing library. So I wonder if I should make this in the game code or in the editor code. It kind of makes sense to make it in the editor code, to be honest. Although I wouldn't know where to put the files. I mean, I guess the files could be put in the project directory as like compiled code, and then the game code could just import them, or basically we could have a separate step that copies those files. I guess the logistics doesn't really matter that much right now. It's just a initial concept of how it could work. I'll do it like this. I'll the thing is, yeah, we have the project directory, so we could use this in the build system to grab the location of the project directory, read the files from there, and yeah, well, we could do it in the tool, I guess. Let's actually make a tool now. So we'll have tools, and I only have a couple of tools here, but I do want to generate. So generate editor types, I guess, or project. All right. Yes. New program. Okay. We'll have main. We need to we actually need this guy. Let's just copy this code for now. And I forgot how this was used, actually. So we just initialize it and load it. Okay. We need some sort of allocator. Let's just keep it simple. We use the page allocator. All right. Oops. Now what? Now we have a bunch of. We have like get. Yeah. Okay. So let's then. So we want to get the project directory. So that is gonna be get that. Oops. Okay. And I'm just gonna assume that it exists and just crash otherwise. Alright, so we got that. Now we want, so basically we don't have a way right now to see if everything has been, like if anything has been changed, and there's a little bit involved doing that. So I think what I want to do is I'm going to just, you know, rebuild every time. And so what we need to do is we need to get the asset index actually. Well, I should really make that into a library because it's, I have two versions here as well. And yeah, this doesn't have the music. This I'm using this for the WASM exporting as well. So this might have changed a little bit. Also, this is like hard coded here. Whatever, that's the same, so that's fine. I just update this a little bit. Yeah, let's just, I'm just gonna update this a little bit to see if I can make this work the same here. Actually, let's do. Oh yeah, how do you do? How do you like ignore the error? So why? Yeah, no, that was way too much work for that thing. But I just like to sometimes, you know, practice those things to know, get better at using the tools that I have. Load texture. Oh man, this is like all. Manual. I see an error here. There we go. So many of these. Special cases. Okay. That should do it, hopefully. All right. However, so now, you know, might work better also to export later to WASM. But the issue as well is I really want to, I don't actually care about these things. Not right now anyway. What I care about is this and getting all of the animations out. So actually, I probably want, or we could, I guess we could just read it normally. I mean, all it is this hash map here. This is like, this is the file. That's the type of the file. So this is going to be the asset index. And then just to see that this works, actually we don't need to do like empty. What we do is we do standard JSON, and then we do parse from source. The type that we want is, actually, how do you load this in here? Here, leaky array, JSON array hash map. Okay. Hang on. There is gonna be project dir. There we go. So now we have the dir. Alright, so basically, yeah, this is an absolute file name or directory path. So you can use open dir absolute from standard file system to open this directory, which means I mean, yeah, it checks if it exists and all that, and then you can use it to open files and do other stuff. So now this is like, this name is like relative to this directory. So we get our index.json file name, which we don't have here. This one is just index.json. However, that is now the cache. So we need to actually open the cache directory. So this will not suffice. Cache dir. We open the cache dir, which now you can say dir.open dir cache. There we go. Then we use the cache dir to open index.json, and we couldn't open that, so we return. Alright, so yeah, and then here we also prefer cache dir close, because we want to do that. And then let's see, so we have, it's the buffer here, which is kind of small. Let's increase that a little bit to make sure that we get it, everything. Okay, so then we make a reader with this buffer. We get the interface. This seems wrong. This is already a pointer. Yeah, okay, now like this interface is infinitely better now than it was before. Because before this was like an any type or something. So you would pass in this, and then you would get some weird like compiler error if it was wrong. So we'd have to guess the type almost. And then, but now we can see exactly which type we're supposed to put in here, which is great. So that's that's like the new standard or the new Zig version there. Okay, and we need to initialize the JSON reader. So now we get a JSON reader. So first we need to make first we open the file, or rather first we open the directory, subdirectory, we open the file, we make a buffer, we make a file reader, we get the interface of the file reader, which is like the standard generic reader thing that's used everywhere, and then we get a JSON reader from that reader, and then we need to initialize this JSON reader. Then now we can be ready to parse some JSON. So we parse this with the standard JSON parse from token source leaky, which, yeah, it means, well, this value that's returned, you have to take care of yourself. Actually, we don't really need leaky here. We can just do this instead. Ignore almost fields, sure. Then what we want to do is we want to say the asset index is going to be string hash, well, that's going to be an asset index, and then Wait a minute. How did this work? Hash map. You are that. Oh, so you're just setting this. Oh, I see. I see. So basically, yeah. So we're reading a standard JSON array hash map, which is, you know, it's like kind of like an object, a JavaScript object that we're reading in, which can have which has like string to string as keys, any value as fields, and then we get this here, but this is going to be the JSON data dot value, which is the why allocator reader type allocator reader. Oh, let's just do this. This should be like a JSON value, whatever. So it's like JSON data value and then map. Never mutated. Oh yeah, because it's a pointer. There we go. Okay. I'm not sure why it says unknown here. That's weird. Okay, anyway. So now we have our asset index. So I'm just gonna start by logging this out to see if we actually get the correct thing. So let's just use the debug print here. And yeah, let's just do like any. Actually, you know what? Let's just loop through because it's kind of easy. So this one, I'll do this, and this one is we could get like actually let's get an iterator, and we'll do while next entry, and we'll do debug print. Actually, this is that's a string as well. So we'll do the key first, and then we get the value. Yeah. Because it's a string map from string to string. Okay. Now we have this tool. So now we could, I mean, one thing that we could do, we could just ask Zig to run this file, I think. So basically just Zig run, and then tools generate project types. We got some errors, unreachable code. It's not absolute. Okay. Oh wait. I need to run this in Windows. Oh shit. PowerShell. Command. There we go. So now we get all of our you know, all of the assets here. Cool. Let's do. We can print it as an actual object. And then we can pipe this with JQ. Missing closing. Oh, right. because Sig is using curly brackets as, or braces or whatever, as a you know, string interpolation thing here, marker. Then if you want these, like the literal ones, you have to do like double, like this. I'm not sure about this. If you only have one closing, I guess we'll find out. Oh yeah, this we need to have like strings here. Do we not get the JQ working on this? Okay, whatever. Also the slash you have to be aware of here as well, like the slash here. We have to be aware of that. That doesn't cause problems. Okay. So we have our thing there. We're opening up our file. We're reading the JSON in, and we get a hash map, and now we're printing it out. So we know that we have our data. Now what we want to do is I want to look for all of the animations and basically export the metadata as Zig code based on those animations. So let's just put this in a separate function here. Print asset index. All right. Now, what do we want? Right, so now we can loop through all the asset index. We can get our animations from those by looking at the extension. So basically, if you look here, we should have animation here. So animations.json is the extension of the animations. So let's now, I guess we'll just compile a list of animation files, file names, and this would be, let's just make an array list here, and actually we could just as well, we could do like animations is an array, let's do array string hash map of animation. And what is an animation? Well, we need to define this, and I mean we already have animation defined somewhere. It's like animation serialized. Here we go. This part. So this one, we can basically, well, let's grab this as well. Copy this, put this here. Yeah. So this is like animation serialized. We don't really need any of the functions here though. Let's just get rid of that. All right. So this is the thing there. Let's make vector is a vector to f32. Okay. Yeah. So we have like a list of things there. Name does not need to be 0 sentinels. Right, so this is the JSON form. Now what we want to do is we want to read these, go through all the animations, read in this JSON format, and then from this JSON format we want to generate Zig types based on it. So I want to load in all the animations that we have into this array hash map list. So let's go through the let's make an iterator and do while, and then we'll say if the string equals animations.json extension, now we need to get the extension, and that is gonna be slice to the first in the value pointer, the first dot is gonna be the extension. Okay, so then we should have it there. Actually, that's not entirely true. There could be, well, no, it is true. It is true. The editor is always gonna keep to that format, unless you put, I guess, unless you put dots in your actual name of the file, that becomes a problem. Okay, well, whatever. This is just for me here. So, right. So we'll loop through all of these. We will say if it matches, we want to read in the file. So here we want to read the file and store it as an animation. Actually, let's use, to make this very simple here, let's just use like parsed animation so that we can easily deinitialize it if we would need to. Okay. Right. There we go. All right. Animation. Yeah. I'll just call this JSON. The frames we don't really care about, I guess, but whatever. Let's just keep it. Okay. So here, now we want to read in this animation. Read animation JSON, and it's going to be the value pointer. Now this value pointer is relative to the project directory, so we also need to pass the project directory here. Actually, just all right. Now let's create this function here. Read animation JSON. Take the directory. Is this? We want to get the file name or file path. And this will return a parsed animation JSON. And also have a try here. Alright. Now, we basically do the same thing as up here. I think what I want to do is basically take all this, put it in a separate function, read JSON, standard file system dir, file path, and here we also add a contime type, the type that we're gonna read. We are gonna return a parsed t, and we open up this dir, and here is the file path, and we couldn't open the file path. We close it, we get a buffer, we read, we also need an allocator. And we initialize that, yes, we read the JSON data. Actually, now we can just return that, and this is the type T. That should all be fine. Alright, so this one is basically just read JSON, animation JSON, allocator, well, we can pass that in, dir and file path. Allocator is allocator. We don't really even need this function, to be honest. Yeah, we can just remove that actually. And then here we can say, instead of all this, we say that JSON data equals to try read JSON standard JSON array hash map of string, and we need allocator, we need cache dir, and index JSON. Alright, that should be fine. Now we can delete basically all of this. There we are. And here we read JSON, but yeah, we can pass this in here and then allocator. There we go. Right. So now we should have that. So now we basically, we can now do put actually we can use this key, I guess. Because it's good to have the ID as well. So maybe this is not actually, well, this is the JSON, but maybe what we actually store it in, this doesn't need to be public, so whatever. Animation, I'm just gonna say animation, and we have the JSON, it's gonna be animation JSON, and then the ID is gonna be a string. Okay. So this is actually going to be animations, and it's not parsed. Okay, this is parsed then. So this is JSON parsed. There we go. So you are not parsed. There we go. So this is the JSON, and then we put with the ID as key. No, the file name is key. I mean, we can pick and choose. It doesn't matter that much. They should both be unique. And then we put. Oh, so first is allocator, then is the key, then is the value. So first we have ID is going to be entry key pointer, and then we have the JSON is going to be animation JSON. There we go. All right. and allocator equal to man allocator. There we go. Okay, now everything folded in place. And what do we do? Okay, so we have now a string array hash map populated with animations. We have their IDs, we have their JSON data. Now comes the part of actually making the code, generating the code from them. So let's start with, okay, well, let's just print them out first. Yeah, let's just take like the first animation and print it out. So first animation, thank you. And then we'll take the first one and we will log this out. So I want to see what it is. Oh, index out of bounds. Oh, wait. No, that should be fine. Index out of bounds 0, 0. 65. Wait, we didn't find any? What the hell? No animations found. Okay. Cool. Actually, we don't need to get the extension. Actually, what we need to do, we can actually use ends with instead. But then we need to do that, and you are the value pointer. Yeah, there we go. So if it ends with, oh yeah, I just realized what I did. I did slice to dot. I should have taken, I wanted to have the rest and not the first bit of that. So that was the issue there. Okay, what's your problem here now? Missing field? Really? Missing field? Yeah, so basically what that means is that there's a field defined in my JSON that doesn't exist in the actual JSON. So let's just do this then. Let's just do Well, that's weird that it would have been an error here before though. Maybe we had 2 errors, I don't know. Hang on. I fear something weird might have happened. No, we should have closed the files. We're only reading them. Hopefully nothing weird happened. Okay, let's actually open up the editor and see. Okay. Good. There's nothing weird happening. Okay. Cool. But why would that not be an error before? Oh well. Oh, because now we actually try to read it. I see. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So let's skip the reading part. And we'll set you to undefined instead. And we don't read now the values. We want to read the keys, because that's going to be, that is going to be the file name. Okay, so this is one that's not really used. I'm just gonna open it up to see if I'll try and just print this absolute path out, so I can just take this and do like no, PowerShell cat, whoops, that was not the correct thing. A positional parameter cannot be found that accepts argument. Okay. Right. So can I? Okay, there we go. And let's do dot keys, or not dot keys, but keys. Animations, ID, texture ID version. Oh. Right, this is just one animation. Okay, okay. So each animation file can actually have like multiple files. Yes. Here is the main thing. Okay. Animations. You are mentioned JSON. There we go. Okay. Now let's call this animations instead. You are animations JSON. And the ID, we already have the ID, so actually we don't need this here. Animations, yeah, that's just gonna be JSON parsed. Now again, and we don't do this, we just put this there. There we go. Oops. All right. So now get rid of this. Let's do like any. Values dot value, because we want the JSON. Right, so now we should see the data of the first animation. Yes, there we go. Right, so how do we want to structure this as a SIG type? So basically what we have is we have one animation like container that contains a bunch of animations that are named. They have a number of frames, some metadata here, and we have a texture as well, texture connection here, an ID. So the idea that I have is that we're gonna end up with basically a list of all animations. So it's gonna be like, you know, pub const. So okay, let's see if I can get the results here. Let's actually make a new folder called like generated, and we'll edit generated animations. Okay, so the idea is that we would get something like podcast animations and then we get this list of the animation containers that we have. So each animation container has a name which could correspond to the field name here. So basically for this one we had something called animation poses. So this would be like animation poses. We could even make it, you know, what's it called? This is kebab case. So I would want to convert it into maybe camel case, basically. But anyway, this is now a also a struct, and this one would also like include a bunch of animation names. And we would have like texture ID is a UUID. I would also have like L equals import. No, actually, well, I don't know how we can do this actually. Where did I have this thing? There. And then this would be like L.UID. This could be put, actually, this could be put in the source and not in like generated. So actually, yeah, let's move this. Let's remove. Let's make a new folder here, generated animations. There we go. All right. Then, yeah, I mean, yeah, so we basically have texture ID, we have ID, which is good to have as well, of this specific animation. Then we have the animations, and how do we want to structure this? So this could be a bunch, this could be its own struct with a bunch of structs under it. We don't really need most of these things. The only thing that I want to be like codified is this. I want to expand the names out into their own fields here. So actually we could make this into a union enum. And we take all the names. So for this one, I don't really know what we have, but let's say we have idle, and then this would be an animation. Basically, animation JSON or something like that. And then idle walking, let's say. So all the animations would be expanded into their own enum, like union enum tag here. So then when you want to use this, you would have like the animations. And you would be able to select, okay, I want this container, and then I want to grab this animation. So you would basically get this generated from the editor's like data, which is kind of nice, because then you don't have to guess all the time and look up and like what all the different things are. And then an animation JSON would basically just be the inner data for this and the frame. So this is then what's gonna be used. Actually, we already have that. We could just do animation serialized, which we already have from. Actually, it should be. Do we have like animations? Where do we have that? All right. So let's just import that from animation. And there we go. So this is kind of the template. That's actually all that's needed here. This is like the template here. And then you can add a bunch of like utility functions. We can add maybe here, like we can add like actually even we could even make this into its own enum. So we can make like animation enum, and we take these, and then this we set this to animations enum, Then we say get animation, and keys animations enum, and we get animation serialized out. Actually, we need this as well. So then we just return self animations key, which could be, I guess it could be comp time, because we're gonna need to do this. I wonder if there is like enums. Like there's a way to access the value of a union enum with the tag without having to like convert it into comp time or anything like that. What's the difference here? This returns a nullable. Okay, safe. I guess we could do like switch inline. No, switch on animations. Wait. Tags inline else tag if tag is equal to key. Wait, don't we just switch on? We switch on the key, right? And then inline else. Now this is comp time, I think. So if this is key, now it will complain because it's not comp time, right? Okay, it might not work because this is not like used, so but basically it's like a super easy way now to get the animation. So like animations equal to animations undefined, and then we say okay, so we get all the animations listed out, we can get the animation, and the key is gonna be like, you know, it's gonna be auto completion support, and you will never get confused again. Super good. So this is the thing that I want to generate from the editor code. So I think this is a good start. So let's try and copy this thing here into our generation thing. So I'm gonna build a little library of functions, I think. I think what we want to do is actually let's make a struct called generator, and I want like indentation level start at 0, and we'll add a function called add import, or just import, and some string. We also, let's just add a writer here. So we'll, yeah. So then we can say also this would be like self generator, and this is the string we want to import, and basically we do like try writer, try self writer print. Actually, we need another function as well. We need like indent. Try self writer print. Now how would this be? So this would be like S, and the cool thing, no wait, this won't work. I actually need to do write byte. Actually, let's do this. So for 0 to indent to self indent level times, you know, shift width or indent width. I out, but we don't care about I actually. Hello, abbreviated. No, me neither. It's one of those rare occasions. How you doing? And then we do try self writer write byte space. And calls drain. Okay, fine. All right, we're tired. Yeah, me too. I'll probably end here soon. I've been streaming whole day basically. We'll see though. I'm getting a feeling with this new task here. How's it going with your picture thing? Yeah, it's been good. Stuff is happening. Oh, cool. Is it much more to do in that, or is it almost done? Alright, so we're gonna try indent. Quite close to a milestone? Okay, nice. Then yeah, this is gonna be like import or actually we need two things here. We need like identifier and the import. And then possibly something else as well. I'll make a variation actually. So this will be const identifier equals at import file name this is gonna be identifier that after which I'll introduce some other projects before I return to this, but that's at least a week or two. Okay, cool. What kind of projects are you thinking about? Alright, let's try this generator out. So first we need to create one of those. And we need to, this one don't care about, but the writer we need to, let's just stand it out. So Actually, no, this is fine. File, standard out, writer. And you will be interface. There we go. Now we should have that. Oh, excuse me. Now we can say generator, import, standard. Also, this needs to be try. Okay, no problem. Yeah, have a good one, thank you. Let's see, generator. What do you mean undeclared? It's right there. What? Is there some syntax issue? What the hell? Is it because of this? No. Wait, how's that unused? What is happening? Okay, what if I move you out here? Will that make you feel better? Apparently. Okay, that's weird. Like if you define a struct in inside a function scope, a function body, it apparently you can't refer to the. I mean, you could. I guess we could have used this at this maybe. I was just thinking it might have been like a weird syntax issue or something. Alright. No more errors. So let's see what this produces here. Actually, let's remove this part. And we also need the actual value. Except we're not really using this. There we go. Alright, let's see what we get. There we go. So here's our first little bit of Zig code generation. I wonder if there's some built-in library for this actually. Oops. There's a Zig module. I've never been in here. Primitives. Is primitive name. Names. Huh, cool. I mean, this could be helpful for code generation, maybe. Is primitive, is underscore, is valid ID, line delta, parse, character, literal. Parse? Are there like Zig parsing stuff in here? I mean, I guess if they like write the compiler in Zig, it should be here somewhere, right? Maybe, or its own like library, I guess, as well. But maybe everything is in here actually. Parse number literal, character literal, read source file to end. Okay. Serialize CPU. String escape. Oh, string escape. That could be useful, I guess. If it does what I think it does, like escaping string to not be doing some weird zig stuff. Here we got like AST and everything. AST gen string tokens zwar zer. What is this? Intermediate representation. Okay. Oh yeah. And this is also something. Object intermediate. Okay. Zongen. Source hasher server. What server? What server? Lock. Okay. Source locations. libc format error client. Built-ins translation. All right. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here. Not sure if I can use. I mean, I think this one. I was thinking like generating code, but I think that probably doesn't exist that much. String escape could be really useful though. Print the string as escape consists of a double quoted string. Okay, this was not what I thought it was gonna be. All right, anyway. Okay, I'm just curious. All right, so now we have like means to, you know, I guess more easily like write these things. So let's add some more stuff to this generator here. So we want to be able to import, I guess I call it named or something, for lack of a better word, which is basically where you would say dot and then the name after. So okay, so if we go to our animation generated, we now have import. Actually, this is just L game libzig, and then we import animation serialized, and this is from animation, and we copy that, and this is named. Okay, let's see where we end up here. So that should just be the first 3 lines. There we go. So we're already done. Almost done is what I was trying to say. All right, so now we need like, you know, constant with public thing is equal to something else. So this is gonna get interesting here. I'm just gonna make something called like podconst identifier, and then an expression which could be anything really. It's kind of weird. This could be like a function that takes like a writer, but I don't want to have to build all that, so I'm just gonna say that if you define this, you're gonna have to be aware that the next thing you write has to take into account it's not starting at a new line basically. Okay, whatever. Let's just do indent writer print. Oh yeah, we need self as well. So let's print pub const, or actually this is the identifier, equals, and that's it. Okay. Then, now is the kind of weird thing. I think we want to do like start struct or begin. It's the usual name. Begin struct. It's not gonna have an identifier. There we go. We don't do indent. What we do is we say struct and that, and that's it. And we also have like end struct, which is basically gonna be actually also this increases indentation and this decreases indentation, and we basically we just do indent, and here we say that. And we might have some state here that's like, okay, should we print a comma or not? Because that could be, depending on the context, we might need to do that. But yeah, here we do that, and that should be fine. Now we need a field, struct field. Let's just call it field, because it's the same for all of the things, sort of. Actually, no, let's just call it struct field, because there is a slight difference with enum, like enums with no types. Also, all of these are error types. All right, so the field, first we have try self-indent. Then we do print. So this is going to be like the identifier, colon, and then the type, and then this, and then that. So identifier, type, but the type is actually could be different. Like, yeah, this is including the type. Struct field. We could also make a version that is like begin struct field. That only prints this. And then we have the actual struct field. Could use myself begin struct field, identifier, and then we just print the type, and we're done. Yeah, we should also have like end struct field, which basically just does this. No indentation. Alright, so you basically, yeah, you just print this, and then we do end struct field. There we go. Oh, I was like, it's right there, but then I saw identifier. There we go. Type. Oh. Yeah, you don't have identifier. No, you do have identifier. Except it's the wrong identifier. Identifier. That's something else, I don't know. Alright, generator, import, blah 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 blah. Let's do pubconst, animations, right? Then it's gonna be begin struct. No, just begin struct and struct. Alright. This one is actually end. We could have like an end const. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just do end const actually. Cause yeah, end const. This could be like begin const. Begin pub const. End const. And this would just be writer print. Just this. So this is begin pubconst. Try end const. There we go. Okay, let's see where we are with that. There we are. So let's also add, well, let's just do our own thing there. I just want a space between. Try fine. Okay. Great. So now comes the magic part. This is where we loop through all of our animations. So animations, actually, yeah, we want to do like an iterator again. No, yes. Well, let's start with the first one, I guess. Let's start with the first one. Let's just do, yeah, okay, let's do this. I'll add a code for the full, and then we'll add like a break to see that it actually no, what, we could actually make this into a generic, so it's like animation generic function comp time. Yeah, I think we need to do this to we don't have to generate a super much code. So this returns type will return a struct. So the idea, oh my god, so the idea is that it would return this type here. So basically that's what we want to do. Right. But the only thing that's different is going to be this part here. And we don't have this, but this one. Ooh, but that's going to be... No, but that's fine. Let's just do this. Let's say that we supply two types, one E for the enum type, and then T is going to be the union type. So T is the union, or let's say like U is the union. E is the enum. So now hopefully the LSP will kind of pick that up, and you know, so we do get like auto completions and stuff for those things. Okay, so now we got that. Now instead of like generating all this, we could just generate animation generic, and then the E will be the enum type. So this would be enum, and you know, idle walking, and then U would be union. But now we can't reference this thing either, though. We might. Okay, so we might be. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem, though. Although. No. I was thinking like if we made this into a union enum, but then we don't. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Also, this doesn't even work either. This is not a union enum. What the hell am I doing? This is actually a struct. But what we could do is we could say enums enum field struct with animations enum. Data is animation serialized, and default. Right, so this would correspond to the same type. But still, the important part is that we need this enum to be separate. However, how would we do this here, though, is the question. We might. Okay, so what if we make a thing here? Now we can name it. I know this looks kind of messy here. Yeah, let's copy this, put this here. Yeah, we don't actually need it to be its own type. We don't need to pass that in. We just need the E for the enum. So now we should have like, yeah, this should be E. That should still be the same and work. That's okay. So let's remove this crap here. Okay, so what we'll do is we will remove you, and we'll use some comp time type generation here. So basically, you can create a scope in this comp time context and put a label here, and then you can do all kinds of comp time stuff in here. And whenever you're done with the results, you can do break and then the label name like this, and then the actual like result you want to have. And that will, this whole expression will then in comp time mode be the result there. So and that way we can now say animation enum or E whatever is the enum we want. So let's say this is where the code generation comes in. So this, let's say we have idle and walking for this animation, then we just pass that in there, and that will become our animation type. So now let's just test out this the LSP on this animation. So we have this one, and we have like get animation, and we have full LSP here. So hooray! It works. And then this one has like all of the animation stuff. Okay, cool. So yeah, so now we basically, for each animation, we just need to generate this, and we're gonna use this as a base. But this one, we basically we can just copy this as a string, and just you know, write this out here. Write all, and then I'm gonna define I'm gonna do like this. What the hell? There we go. So now this is like this function there that we just have, and then I mean, technically I could have done that with these as well. I just thought it was kind of fun to use these as and use a writer to write out this thing, but I couldn't bother doing it with this one. But anyway, so now we have this. So now actually what we have here is going to be problem is, how do we know if we need to wrap this in an at like this? Is there a thing in Zig for that? String escape. What was this? Print a string as escape contents of a double quoted string. No. Is there something with identifier? Is underscore. Format ID. Formatter for a sig identifier making escaping it with if needed. Oh, this is perfect. This is exactly what we need. Format ID, is this a formatter or what is this? Yes, it is. Okay, so we can just use this straight off. Cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. So right, so we'll go through all the animations. Let's make an iterator. Actually, do we need an iterator? Actually, we don't really need an iterator. Or do we actually? Yeah, because we want the we want the file name as well. We want to be able to load in the file name. Actually, no, we have the ID, so we can. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. So values. Now add this as well. So we'll stop at the first one to see how it looks. So here's the animation, and I. And if I is more than 0, we break. Otherwise, we will. Yeah. So let's see what we need to do here. So now we're in here. We're in this part. And so let's do like standard. No. Oh, yeah. Let's do generator, begin, struct field. Identifier is gonna be animation name, value. Oh, sorry. Wait. No, this is not. This is. No. Wait. Yes. Oh yeah, okay, so we do need the file name. Because the file name is actually, the file name is going to correspond to this name here. This name of the whole collection, that's right. Okay, so this will be animations, iterator, and we'll do while, iterator next. we get the animation out. Let's do this here just in case. I is equal to 1. And there we go. So, alright, so what is the animation name? So, animation name, or animation's name, is equal to the base name of animation dot, now this is the entry key pointer and slice to dot. That is the name. What is this? Wait, I can't have captures in a continuation expression while? What? Or do we have to have the capture here? Okay, there we go. Okay. Redeclaration. Oh. Okay, let's just call it something else. There we go. Okay, now your animation's name. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, it like did stuff. Okay. Try. There we are. Okay. So this now should just show the first one as a struct field. So we should get this part here. I'm just gonna plow through the rest here. Okay, so you need to have view size. Okay, there we go. Except this is bad here. But yeah, that looks good so far. But it doesn't actually, because we need this to actually have format ID here. Now that is nice. I think, yeah, these format functions are really nice. Okay, let's see what difference this makes. Invalid format. Oh yeah. This needs to be an F now. There we go. Look at this. Man, that's incredible that they thought of this. That I needed this right now. Alright, so let's now, after this, I'll just add 2 of these, or actually, I guess we'll do this. And that should work as well. Yeah. Alright. Wait. Yes. No. Yes. Okay, yeah. Now. Yeah. Now we need to write all break let's just do this actually. Begin block. Indent. No, not indent. Just try self writer print and that, and self indent level plus equal to 1. And block. We will do this. We will -1 this. Indent. Yeah. Except we don't do that. There we go. Okay. Now we also need block break with label and expression. Yeah, we'll just do it the simple way. So print break it's because I have W like macro recording, and this will be the label and then expression. Right. We also want to have enum, so begin enum. And then it's like, yeah, that's gonna end in some way. And then here's like enum field identifier. Anytime we're dealing with the identifier, then we need to use the formatter. So print identifier, comma, next one. And this would be format, no, zig, format ID on identifier. Pretty cool. Oh, there we go. Oops, why did I sort to do this? That doesn't work. Alright. Okay. So, I guess we'll also add and enum. So indent level minus equals to 1. Indent and write that. There we go. All right. Now also we have like begin pub const. Let's also add a variation for begin const without the pub. There we go. Now I think we're ready to finish this here. So we have this struct field. We also now want to do the break label there, which we don't have a thing for, but we can just do this. Break, and we're done. Now we do generator begin enum. Oops. And then here we now want to loop again through the value pointer, value animations, and enum field animation name. There we go. And then we have end enum and const. Oh yeah, that's right. We need to begin a const as well. And also we need to begin a block. There we go. And we need to end the block. Alright. And we also need to end struct fields. Oops. Enum fields, a name, and enum and const. Then we need break block break with label break and animation generic e. Also here we need begin const identifier e. All right. Let's see where we are now. Error. Actually, we can change you into a write all because you don't need any you as well. So we don't have to deal with the double things. Okay. Wow. I mean, it's kind of simple, but it's also pretty cool. Yeah. Here we can see that now we are generating this type here. So we have this animations, and we have this one animation poses is one of the animations in our data set, and we now produce a animation type for that thing. So if we now take this output, put it in this file, remove the original, and we produce a test here of the compiler here, animations. Oh my god, I forgot. Okay, I'll just add this and oh, that should happen here. Maybe I missed it. Yeah, I must have missed it. Yeah. Okay. So now we take animations, and we have, so this would put, now if I loop through every animation, it should show everything. And then we get like get animation, and here we can get whatever animation we want, and we get like full completion there. Okay, cool. So let's try to enable this for everything now. What the hell is happening here? Okay. So now here is we don't break. Let's get rid of this counter. There we go. So now it should go through and do this for all of the animations. And let's funnel this into source generated animations. There we go. All right, so with our like animation generic type here, we really, wait, what the hell? There we go. We really took down the size of this a lot. Hey, look at all this generated code. This is awesome. Yeah, so I'll get all of our animations in here. So now we don't have to guess which animation is which. We have all of our things. Awesome. And I guess also crucially, we have a place to actually store the animations as well. We can store them in this struct. Get the data from this struct. We can also use like the file names to load them in, or the IDs to load them in. So animations. So this is how you would use it. You get this animations container. I'll set it undefined just to show here. And then here's all of the different animation containers that we have, which is fully like generated from the project files. And so we'll take our main character and get animation, and then here's all the animations for that character. Jump, and then we get, now we have this, the data that's needed for this animation basically here. Cool. So that's awesome. That was actually more like easier than I thought it would be. It's just that once, if I'm gonna include this in like a you know, pipeline or some kind of like into the workflow, then it's gonna be like another like maintenance that I have to deal with if I like update the animations, let's say, or something like that. But it's maybe, you know, it might be worth it. You have to consider like both, I guess, ends of it. Yo, Blue, how's it going? Alright, so should I try to use this now? I mean, okay, the generators are basically done. I just need to rerun this, and it's also probably not gonna be, it's, yeah, okay. So I just remembered how the build system works with generated files now, because this is usually not how you do it. You don't create a file in your actual source code. What you do is you create like a, in the builds, you create like a build step that creates a temporary file, and that file will live in the temporarily like in the Zig cache. And they use things to know if the file has been updated or not, to like, you know, there's like a dependency hierarchy and everything there to make sure that you always have the up-to-date files and stuff. So potentially we could link this up into the build system, create a build step for this, have the input files be, I'm not sure if they hash the contents or something like that, but really I want to have like a custom thing for that, so I know that what has been updated or not. But this is a really nice you know, start here for this. How far is this? Only 400 lines. Yeah, cool. And this type really made it like less stuff, and you can put like generic functions on here, any type of thing we want to add to it. It's just adding it once up here, and it would exist for all of these animations, of course. Yeah. All right. But do I want to like rudimentary link this up right now? It's like every time I add animation, I have to rerun this script here, which brings me back to the old days when I actually had to like copy over the files every time, import the animations with a bash script, and now we're kind of going back to that. If I did, because that's the most easiest way. I could just take this and put it in you know, generate animation, not sig, bash, put that there, and there we go. So now this is updated. Cool. I mean, sure, why not? The only thing now is like, okay, but how? So how it works right now is basically these things represent basically the same structure as this guy here. So this is the same kind of structure, except it has more, like the animations is actually not just a slice of animations, it's an actual it's a struct with all animations like fully typed. So yeah, and this operates on names. Now we don't even need that. Now we can use fully typed enums. And then this is the exact same. This is actually the type that is actually referenced in this file. So what we need to do is basically replace this type with, not this one, but basically all of these instances here. Actually, even further than that, wait. That's right. I think I used this one, this resource, and then it's like animations. You get the data out, so you access it like that. I think maybe if we just replace, okay, yeah, here's the thing. This is now, this doesn't fit this pattern anymore. So that's the issue here. So basically here is like, I have all these different asset types, and they are kind of similar in that they are all JSON files. We read them in, they all have IDs, and we're reading like a collection of them. So this would be one JSON. This would be the JSON type of one of these. But this is not really how we want to use this now. So before we have this giant list of animations. Where is it here? Here's like all of the this is manually added, so yeah, it's just a resource with these animations. What does this do? This just initializes the name. Identifier. Oh, I see. It's a union enum. So either you have a name or an identifier, right? That's right. That is right. So that was a way to more easily be able to locate and load the correct data. I'm just trying to figure out how I can wire this up now. So then we have this load function, which will load all of these things. Or actually, yeah, only itself, I guess. But maybe we just add a load function here. Actually, you know what? How would we be able to map? No, we would be able to map all of the animations up to and put them in the correct place. That's the next part. Self resource and data registration. That's the only thing you need. Okay. We could create this type actually. We could just create it. What if you just added like load? And this would return this. Where is this stored? I think it's just stored in like resource. So we'll just create the resource. Oh yeah, we need asset types. Animations, init with ID. So let's grab, let's grab the ID. Let's say we have the ID. We create the resource. Then we load it. How? What the hell? What does? Okay, we load it. We put it where? Asset index load asset. Oh, in the data. Okay. So we'll do. Let's do this. Let's do that. And we need a registry as well. you need anything else? Just a registry. Okay, so there's a really easy way to load in the actual JSON data file. And then once we have it, now we need to actually map this. We need to map it to the type here. We need to map it to this type. So I think it's not going to be that hard actually. Let's just create a type of that type. We could even move this into like animations. Struct. And why is this like white? It should be a type. Okay. Anyway, so we have that. Now this one should be animations struct. And then this is animation struct. But I gotta set it to undefined. Okay, whoops. 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. Now I'll make. All right. Let's see where we can. All right. What are we doing here? This one. Okay. So we load this. We load the resource in. We have the animations defined. So now we need to populate this. So the resource has data that is okay. It's like an okay. This is kind of like a weird type. It has like everything pushed together here, but it is an animation. So we can now go through all the animations. So let's loop through these. And we can actually make the enum value using string, no wait, meta string to enum. And this enum type is e. The string is a.name. Right, so now we have e. Oh, question mark e. If we didn't get it, we should log an error saying could not map animation. No corresponding enum field. So that could help if we forget to export the animations, basically. 6 hours, yeah. Hanging in there. It's interesting. Twitch aborted. Like in the middle for some reason. I don't know if it was a connection error or something. I don't know. Okay. But now it's up at 4.5 hours. 4 or almost 5 hours. All right. And this is gonna be a.name. And if that happens, I guess we just continue. There we go. Okay, so now we should have our. We don't need you anymore. We should have our enum, which we now can use to. So once we know that we have it, we can just say field on animations using this name. No, but this is not comp time though. Is this comp time though? No, it's not comp time, all right. So do we need to do like an inline here? We switch on E, do an inline else, we get T, we do tag name T, and I will set this to be A, I guess, because we're mapping these things to this, which has the thing. Okay, yeah. There we go. And then we want to return animations and ID and texture ID should be equal to resource data texture ID. There we go. So there's our animation. Now, yeah, we load it, this, but the thing is now that this thing has an arena, so that's the thing. So we actually might want to store this data in here to be able to unload it later. So I'm gonna add a new thing called resource here, which is gonna be resource animations that we're gonna be able to, that we're gonna use to then later deinitialize this. So now let's also store that here. And this is the source data, so all the strings and everything is stored in here, except it's stored here actually. Yeah, that's the crux of this. We need to basically have a, I mean, we could, okay, one thing we could do is just make this into pointers. No, but the, actually all the strings and stuff should be, they should just be allocated. Yeah, we just did, this should be copyable, right? The arena. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. We just, yeah, we copy it. It's not stored here. It's like all the arrays are, yeah, that's fine. We return this. This should just have all the pointers there. Okay, cool. So now we have a way to load the thing. Let's just add a convenience. Let's add a function for deinitialize. Which is basically just going to be a deinitializing the resource. So that will release all the things that we need. Cool. And this is probably going to be a pattern for all the different things that we're going to have. Awesome. Now, I mean, okay, it's probably safer to put this in its own file. I'm gonna put this here actually, yeah. I'll just put this here. Yeah. Okay, so that's fine. Then we'll go back to the generated part. Now, the only thing we need, we don't really need you either. Do we need you? No. Do we need you? No. Do we need you? No. Cool. Actually, the only thing we need is animation generic from animation. There we go. Cool. All right. And let's change the generation code. Where are we? Here. So we don't need you, we don't need you. Here we do animation generic instead. And let's remove that. And there's our animations. Yeah, and that everything else should be the same. So yeah, there we go. Cool. Now the question is, so now, I mean, basically instead of this, this is basically now generated, so we don't need all of these things. But this is the way we used to do it, like we had this animation container and all of this is manually added. Although it's very easily mapped here with just a name, but still, it's better to have it generated, and also type safe animation names and everything. Okay. Okay, so what's the next step here? So we have the animation container that's used everywhere. This is responsible for loading all the animations. So instead of actually going through the fields here, we want to go through the generated ones. It's going to be a cyclic dependency here. Yeah, actually, I might move the container out then. Man, it's going to be a pain. Oh, research was on C? Okay. I'll just make this not produce errors. There we go. Now actually you import animations from generated animations. So now this is the generated animations. We will remove all this. And then this is a struct with all the things in it. So we loop through that instead. But it's not on self, though, is it? We need a space to store this, actually. Yeah. So this would be like generated and oh shit. You know what? What would be like the default value here? Actually, we don't need it. We don't have them. No, they should be like undefined. If you try to use this when it's not loaded, it's gonna just crash and burn. Now we initialize it, that's fine. Deinitialize it, go through the fields, we will say self.generated the initialize instead. Load. We'll go through animations, self animations, field name, and we'll load. What do we need to load? That's the thing. Oh, we don't actually store the ID anywhere. That's also the thing. We kind of need the ID here, kind of comp time almost. Maybe baked in the actual this part. Yeah. We just set you there. Now we don't need you. Yeah. Cool. Don't actually need to set you at all. There we go. Actually, the texture ID could also be comp time, but yeah, that's getting a bit too far here. We just need the ID. There's gonna be a million errors probably. Let's go to back here. Now, what we need is we need to actually we do need L here, and then this is going to be like L UID, like deserialize, and then this is going to be the ID here. Yeah. Are you comp time friendly? Yes, you are. I think. Yeah. So actually, yeah. L UUID deserialize. Okay, let's do this instead. Let's do standard out interface, print, break, animation generic, E, L, UID, deserialize, S, and you are ID. Wait, entry value ID. Yes, there we are. All right, that's what we want. We also want to import import L from Gamedev. All right. Cool. Now let's run this. There we go. Now all the IDs. Oh no, end block, end struct. Yeah, no, the block. Oh, yeah, break. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah, we need to indent. Alright. Now all of them also have IDs hard-coded into the type. Great. Yeah. That's great. It also fits neatly into my limit here. Cool. Bonus points there. Alright, so let's go back here. Now, yeah, so now we don't need to pass in the ID here. We could just type load and it would automatically have the ID magically. Okay. Alright. No, not animations. Generated. There we go. And of course it's try. Yep. All right. Get animations key. Is this even used? I mean, I guess we wouldn't know now because this isn't actually. Where is this, like, usually in C? Okay, components, animation container. So this is now from animations instead. It exceeded. $3,000. All right. That might put us in a weird situation. JSON data. What the hell? Oh, that's just path. Why do I get errors here all of a sudden? Okay, so here we actually need to like either increase it. I'm gonna see how far I need to increase this. Cause yeah. That is bad. I'm gonna double it and see. Okay, that made it. Okay, that's good, at least. I guess you don't want too many of those because that's just gonna, you know, slow down compilation. All right. No field or member function named load in animation generic animated. I mean, okay. Actually, you know, technically, what we could do is we could deserialize it in the other project instead, and then this result would basically be a U128. So basically just be a number that is the representation of the deserialized thing. Instead of the compiler having to run this deserialize every time, we would store, instead of doing deserialize, we would basically say like this, like UID is equal to, and then the actual number that it should be, which is the deserialized like representation of this, which we could probably do with, because we have the UID in the tool. Or do we actually? Maybe we don't. Well, we could copy it either way, and we could just use the library actually. Yeah, we just use the library to load it and deserialize the UID, so we don't have to do this in like comp time. But anyway, that is a slight optimization. We'll see if it becomes an issue. No field member or function named load in. Okay. Oh, it's not a member function. It's yeah. Okay. So load will actually now populate this instead. Before it was already like populated with the headers, but the data was not loaded. Now it's basically, we just set everything undefined. When we load, we actually load in the data. So we go through a lot of fields. We will say animations. Yeah, we actually need like field type load. And that will, the result of which we will set to this. There we go. I'm feeling a little bit like when I save, like there's a little bit of delay there. I think that's part of the IDs being, yeah, probably part of that. So I should probably like update that. Expected type, found that. Okay. So get animations. Let's see, what is this even used? Only for MPC? So the idea is that the animations container would be named the same as the NPC. And now I think instead of getting the resource, we are gonna return actually this could be compile time known, so we can make this key. We can do this. We can say animation animations from, and then here's like the key. But it's an enum, which would be the tags of animations. No, fields. No, hang on. This would be the field enum of animations. There we go. And it needs to be comp time, because we are going to return a type. Now, how do we do this? Well, instead of doing this, we do animations from, and then standard meta string to enum. The enum is field enum animations. The string is key. There we go. Except this is not comp time. I guess it doesn't need to be comp time, maybe. Let's try this actually. Let's try just putting that in there. This would just be the key. So enum is gonna be meta string to enum key. Field. So if this doesn't exist, there's gonna be like an error. So I would just, if this doesn't exist, I would return, actually, yeah, just void, I guess, maybe. Because now we get the thing in, we actually get the thing in no, or else there's a compiler error. Yeah. Animations for not found. And we can even do like format runtime print. And this is the key. No, wait, but that's runtime. Oh yeah, no, that's runtime. Sorry. Actually, yeah, that's runtime. So actually, this is like logger. There we go. Just kidding. All right. Except if the NPCs are also generated into code. Well, anyway, we'll tie the knot eventually. Okay, so we got E, so now that's a T, or an enum of animations, and now we just return we return switch on E inline else tag animations. Let's see, we need actually we need to like match the field name or something. Field info. Here we go. Field info. There we go. So this is animations. This is now T, and we need the type. There we go. It's like more generic actually. You could replace animations with anything, and this would be like turning a string into the type of the field that you are interested in. Oh, they need this to be comp time, seriously? I guess because this is a type, yeah, that makes sense. But can't we turn it into comp time? No, we can't. We can't. Because it's like, yeah, it's runtime none only. Man. Okay, so it doesn't work. It needs to be comp time on. Okay, okay. Fine. So how would we get it though? I mean, I guess in this case, we actually do just get the resource just generic, because we can't really say anything about it, because we can. No, wait, yes we can, no, we can't say anything about the type, but we can get the resource. But we can't say anything about the type, but we can get the resource, but we can't get anything about the type. But we get yeah, so basically this is how, like, we're going through all the fields. We're literally equaling them with that. But instead of doing that, we could just do you know, meta field, no, string to enum, field enum of, is there, field index. But that is comp time. That needs to be comp time. Okay. Enum of animations. The string is key. Yes. Now we have this. Or else. I guess. Yeah. Or else we do this. We crash out, as the cool kids say. There we are. E. No field name. Right, but you, I don't care about you. We switch on this inline else. Comp time tag. Return. No, just return. Yeah. And this would be self-generated fields tag name T. Boom. And we definitely didn't get any errors. Expected resource. Oh yeah. So yeah, okay. So we will just do resource. So that would be still the generic way of looking at the animation, but then we also have the super duper way of getting the animations. That is, if you know in comp time which animation you want, which we usually do. It's just the NPCs that don't. But now, for example, if we go here, this is no longer how we do it. Okay, so actually, let's make another function here. So let's do like get animation, let's do this by key. Okay. Then we want to get animations. That's just the normal get animations. I'm just gonna call this get, actually, because there's nothing else this is supposed to do. So we'll get this. This will be field enum of animations. Now this could also be generated. So instead of doing this, we should also like be able to autocomplete on this. So I will do that in a second here. But this will basically, this will get, so this will now be a comp time F for field or whatever, which will get us the thing field info of animations using f dot type. So it gets us the type, and we simply return field self-generated f tag name. All right, cool. And holy crap, now we get a lot of errors here. So now we can say get cleat. Yeah, and here you can see we don't get actual like meaningful auto completion, but let's fix that. So let's go to our generate tool, and let's look at the generated animations. Now, first of all, I want to fix this little optimization here. So let's actually do that. So let's not deserialize in the final code. Let's grab UUID and let's do, so I want ID to be okay, what will this be? So we got like UUID earn and deserialize, and we got entry value pointer value ID. So we've got all that. I guess we'll do a try. This was a try thing, yes. Now we got the U128. Okay, now we need to actually format this in here. Now we need to make sure to zig to understand what we're formatting in. It's a U128, so potentially it can be a pretty large number. So maybe Sig has like a format function. No? Okay, well, we can just try and format it anyway. Okay, let's just do that. So instead of deserialize, we are going to initialize this with saying, why is that matching that one? That's weird. Okay, anyway, so we have the UID should be equal to, and then this is where we should put the number here. Now, I'm not sure how it will format this U128, but I guess we'll find out. So we'll put the ID there. Okay. Now, hopefully we can run this. Ah, no module named UID. Oh man. Okay, so we couldn't get that from just running that. Okay. So we have to make a proper build step for this thing. So let's go here. And let's generate animations. And it's just an executable, I guess. Create module. Source file is going to be tools, generate project types, and actually, yeah, we'll rename this to the proper thing. object types, target, and so on. Okay, and we need to add where's UI modules. Now we just need UID. Yeah. So we'll just add that. There we go. Now the problem is I'm not really sure how to like add this as like a step or something. We got run step, so that's a step. Run the app. Run step depend on run command. Run command add run artifact. Like, can I do this? I guess this is how you tell it to actually run this thing if you run this step. Install, I don't think we really need to do, maybe. So I'm gonna do, or do we? No, I don't think so. Let's just copy these things. Okay, so let's do like generate product types command. We don't need, I mean, okay, whatever. So this would be like that. We depend on get install step, I guess. I don't know. Run step, this is like generate prototypes. Run step. Generate. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it generate. Generate product types. And come on. Actually, let's call this just step. Keep the convention. Okay, so if we now run help, we should see this step somewhere. Yeah, generate. So build generate. Except the issue is we need to generate the file names are in Windows, so actually we need to run this in here. But then that happens. Ah. Man, I wish there was an easy like way to we have this function normalize path. I think we can use this function. Generate project types. So this is like, okay, so if we are now on Windows, we know that the path is correct. If we are on Linux, we have to replace a bunch of shit here. Yeah. Okay. Now let's see. So when we read in something here, where are we? Here. Path is this. Does this work for... relative paths? We're not replacing the slashes, though. I guess maybe that's fine. Alright. So that's that. We also have the path for the dir. Let's do normalize path on this one also. Cool. Are you errorable? No. Okay. Now. Now let's try generate. Wait, what's going on? Oh, I see. 198. Oh, I see. Okay, this need. Okay, did I ever see this? Okay, there we go. Expected this found out of memory. What? Oh. Okay, there is a try there. This is so weird. Is this even used in the other one? Let's just do try, whatever. Oops. All right. What's this now? Oh, well, I don't care about that. Okay, so maybe we don't care about the install step. Here. Please work. No. Not found. Man. Okay, actually, yeah. Let's also replace scalar. This will do an in place replacement. Of backslash to forward slash. All right. Whoa, there we go. Okay, okay. Well, okay, there's some things left now. So here you can see the UIDs are nice and you know, these large numbers here. Maybe we can even make them even smaller with, you know, hex notation. You know, actually, yeah. Where is that thing? So let's do, I think it's like X, and we do like 0x. Awesome. a little bit smaller. Okay. No, so yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like it's a UUID. So it's basically just UUID is basically a way to generate random IDs that are like almost guaranteed to be unique. So it's basically a way to generate a unique ID without having to have an increment. Having ID 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth. So you can just use a function to generate randomly an ID which is almost guaranteed to be unique since it's so large. So I'm not sure what it uses. I'm guessing it uses some kind of, some kind of magic from the computer. I don't know. Time something? I don't know. To make it like feel it's not deterministic. So it's like different every time. Okay. Now, okay, so, but we're only pasting it to the console. So what we should do is redirect this into the file. So how do we do actually? I think what we'll do actually, we'll just put this in we just say out file. It's gonna be source generated animations JSON. No, not JSON. Zig. UID is attached to entities or component. No, so they are what I've attached to my assets. So basically, I have like animations, for example. It's like a collection of animations for one entity type. So basically, let's say take the main character, for example. The main character has well, let me show you here. Okay, let's take this as an example. So this file that I've opened here is called crafter.animations.json. So this is one asset, and this asset has an ID, which is a UUID. And so each ID, you can look at it like this. Each ID is attached to one file. So if you have the ID, you can get the file name, or you can get the file and the data. And then I also have a file that maps all IDs to their corresponding file names. So as long as you have, if you read that file, you basically have access to all assets in the project. Alright, so this is the out file for animations. Let's just hard code that. And instead of doing standard out, now this is the beautiful thing here, because instead of doing this, what I will do is I will change this into something else. So I will open file, or create file actually, using actually this would be the current working directory, and then create file. Yes, that is a thing, yes. And this is the out file, and flags, and then we get, actually we need to store this, so this is the out file, and let's defer closing it. It can go wrong, so let's catch this error. And could not open out file. And then we do like exit, whatever. Alright. And then we get our, this is gonna be the file writer. And it is now out file writer. There we go. Alright, so we don't need to change anything else. We just need to change this source. And all the, because of the writer interface, it should now write to the file instead. Is it useful to give UID to game objects like NPCs? Not in my case. Well, okay. In my case, okay. So let's answer the question more general, I guess. Well, what I'm using is like an ECS. So there's one way of storing all the game objects. Is that each game object has an identity, which is the entity number, basically. It's a number. So, and then you have some kind of bookkeeping thing that keeps track of all those. And but yeah, it is useful when in this case when you have like an editor that needs to know like, for example, I'm using it actually in the boss room. So in the boss room I have a bunch of entities that I need to sort of control through the code. And so I can grab their ID and look them up in the code. Or yeah, use their ID to look their entity up from the code, so that I can grab the correct entity. For example, like a door that I can open and close, depending on something that happens in this boss fight. So that is one way that I'm using IDs for that. Otherwise, I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, it's like whenever you need to uniquely identify something and you don't already like have something that you could uniquely identify it with. Because otherwise, if I have the entity number, I could just use that to identify it. And you need to identify it, for example, if you wanna, if you, let's say you're damaging a monster, and well, if you're using ECS, it's more important because everything is like divided into components. So each component is tied to an entity ID. So you don't really need an ID on the component, but you do need an ID. Well, in my case, the ECS system actually handles all that, so I don't need to worry about matching the IDs. I just need to give it an ID, and it will give me like the component for that entity. But yeah, one use case that I'm using UUIDs is for the editor stuff, as I said there. I'm not too familiar with other types of architectures, so but yeah, I mean, IDs are useful in certain circumstances. But you know, again, I'm not a seasoned game developer, but I know that IDs are very good in databases. Because if you didn't have the ID, you wouldn't know which, you know, if you create a list of something, you wouldn't know which item in the list you're talking about. Let's see. Where are we? So we did that. We need to, yeah, we need to write now to a file, which we should be doing now, I think. So if we run this now, so it's not gonna, now it's not printing to the standard out anymore. It's gonna print to this generated file instead. Right, so now we can see these are hexes instead. So that should speed up this, it should really speed up the, you know, type interpretation of this file here. Because it's really like, we're basically spawning out a huge type here. I'm not sure in how feasible this is if you have like a super large project. Okay, so where do we go now? Yeah. So now, if we go back here, no, okay. We have a little bit ways to go. So let's go to more generate project types. So what we need to do, so okay, so if I explain what the problem is here. So we have, no, sorry. We have all these animations. These are sourced from a bunch of animation data files, like JSON files. So everything here is like generated from those files. So what am I trying to say? However, I want all these field names of this struct to be stored in an enum, so that I can easily, using the LSP, to autocomplete those, which is not the case now. Except you can sort of do it if you do like animations. If you have a thing of animations. Actually, why am I not doing that? Instead, because we already can. Here, instead of having this get function, we could just go to generated, and then we have all the animations here. Oh man, they get their full path in here. I mean, I guess that's fine. This is just how I structured my project. Should they have the full path? I don't know. But now, you know, we can do this, and now we're done there. But it's kind of ugly to say generated. I wouldn't say it sucks, but it leaves some features to be desired. Like, it does a good job if you've set up everything correctly. But I will say that you can't just install Zig 0.15 and expect it to just work, because it doesn't. You have to set it up a little bit yourself. I'm not sure if they fixed that now. There is a tool called ZVM that is the Zig version manager. I'm not sure if there are other ones of those I can upgrade apparently. Cool. And this one, if we say like ZVM lists all, you can see here are all the Zig versions. If you want, you can install like the oldest version. But anyway, you can see here some of these are ZLS tagged, which means that if you install this, you would also get like ZLS for free. However, oh my god, there's 15.2. What? Hold on. I don't see it in releases. What? Okay, apparently it says 15.2 here, but it's not up. official yet, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure what this means. I'm using this one. Anyway, if you install this here, you have to set up ZLS yourself. Now, once you have ZLS, I've had some troubles with it, but the thing is that ZLS doesn't have like full compiler, like it can't understand all the types, especially, well, it does understand a lot of types and even some generic types. Like if you have a, let's say you have like a list that is an array list of usize or something, I don't know. Now it does understand that the items are of this is now a, like this, it does understand that this is a usize. So this is an example of where the compiler or the comp time stuff works pretty simple in this simple example. But as soon as you start doing a little bit more tricky stuff with the compiler, especially using, I guess, using like the meta fields and doing with things like that, it starts to, you know, show that it starts to break down and not really, yeah, it produces these like unknown types. But the compiler knows. The compiler will tell you what is going on. But the ZLS helps you for the most part. I think it does a good job. But there is some things left that it doesn't work with. So yeah, that's the reason here is like this says like unknown type, because for some reason it has so much trouble to work with this one, the field enum. It does not understand. Okay, whatever. It doesn't understand that what this result will be. So it doesn't evaluate this thing here and give you a result. So that is, yeah, that's why we can't use this one. But yeah, I want to make an enum here anyway, so let's just do it. So I'm gonna open up the generated here. So what I'm basically what I want to do is I want to do animations enum, and that is basically gonna have all of these names in it, right? And yeah, but we cannot say that this struct is gonna correspond precisely to this through the compiler though. But it is gonna correspond to an actual enum that will be able to access these things. So let's do that. So we should do this here. Let's do begin const animations enum, and begin enum generator and const. Okay. So in here I want to grab this, and down here I just want to say like reset. So we'll go through it again. In here we will let's just do this, get a little bit of space. Kind of hard to tell where things end and start here. So we have our enum. Now we just want to do all of the enum fields. So enum field, and the identifier is what? That is what we... It's just gonna be a name. It's just gonna be, well, that's the animations. We want to have, what do we actually have here? This one, I think. Yeah. And that is the animation name. Yeah. And that's it. Now we will, whoops, run this. And there we go. Now we have all the animation names in this enum. So now if we go to animations, container, and this one, let's get the enum here, and we can use this here instead. Yeah, and the rest should be the same, unless there's some issue here with this, but whatever. Let's, okay, so now we go back to Cleat. And now we can, no, we can't. Oh, we have to do that, I guess. Okay, well, we do get completions, I guess, but it's a little bit strange. Did we get that before? Actually, I mean, I don't know. Let's try it. Let's do like get to. This is... No, but it said the type was unknown, so I highly doubt it. No. Alright. So here at least we do get completion, but you have to, like, you have, first of all, you don't get anything by just doing dots, which you should. You have to do this. And then even when you do that, you press this, it will paste it in like stupidly. So I don't like that. I'm just gonna do this. Yep. Alright. Fine. I guess we can still keep this enum here. Alright, well, now we have a whole bunch of errors. Okay, what's going on? Expected type, question mark, resource. Oh yeah. That's too bad. That is too bad. But I mean, we could do this, but I mean, that works. It's just that, okay, now I guess it's gonna be a problem, like set animation. This is the problem. This is what I wanna... Yeah, set animation. It's like, how would we easily now make this work? Okay, this is something that I have to figure out a little bit, but we are, you know, on our way to figure it out. This is, I mean, this is actually an upgrade. You know, it doesn't look like it. I would rather, you know, do this, but it is an upgrade since we don't have to manually do the, like, add these animations all the time, and they are all like loaded in. There's no problem. The only thing we need to do is like replace all of the initializing of the monsters, or initializing all these entities with the animation container. We need to type this now instead, and then potentially in the future we will be able to you know, have these animation names also, you know, auto completion on those. I just need to figure out exactly how the logistics will work on this. What if Zig is actually better than Rust? I don't know, man. I don't want to start language wars. I haven't really tried Rust that much. I just know that it has like Haskell features, and I feel like if I started using Rust, I probably would feel all the time that, man, I wish I was programming in Haskell instead. Because that's what Haskell does to you. No, but yeah. Yeah, no, that's gonna be it for this time. I've been streaming way too much. Not too much, maybe, but way longer than I usually do here. I'll be back tomorrow though, and yeah. So I guess I'll see you tomorrow, maybe, Blue, and I'll check out. I mean, I checked out your drawings, and we talked about them a little bit. Pretty cool. So yeah, I'm not sure really what to do next time. I don't want to continue on this because it feels like this needs to be. I just want to finish this step on this, and then once that's done, I'm gonna leave this for a little bit, and I'm talking about the animations generation code. Haskell is really, I mean, you should try it. Like they say, when you want to get hooked on something. All right. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you later. Bye bye.